calmed down for a half a second here. From the green room, we got a really nice little thing I thought was rather funny. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are you? Yes, this is the open chat. I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, and with me is the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr Bionic Dance. Hi, hello, dear. How are you? How are you?
Been better, been worse. It's been one of those days where nothing big went wrong, but there have been a double wide buttload of like small setbacks and irritations and bashing my fingers against something hard and all of that. So it's just been one thing after another today, and so I'm kind of worn out with it.
Oh
Like, if
my.
only two or three of those things had happened during the day, it would have been a great day and I could have ignored it. But when it's like 50 of them,
Uh huh.
oh,
Yeah.
it doesn't help at all that I got into this horrible argument on Twitter.
Oh, is it that one or is it that one?
But
Yeah.
oh no, it's not the one about Elliot Page. No, it's the one about
It's
masks.
that one. I thought it was that one rather than that one. Yeah, because
Yes.
were it that one, that would have been one thing, but it's that one. So you can shoot me now if you want.
Well, it helps that pretty much everybody I know is on my side on the Elliot Page thing, so
Okay.
that's not. Yeah.
Yeah, but I did read your stuff on the masks, and it's my blood did run a little cold when I read that one. Because I know it's not supposed to be a big thing. It's not supposed to be a big thing, but it does sound kind of scary. The possibility of masking forever.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, the thing is that a lot of people didn't seem to understand what I was getting at on Twitter. On
Mm-hmm.
Facebook, everyone got it right the fuck away. That's the part that boggles me. It's the Twitter people, the tweeters, whatever the fuck, who are being weird about this. Because okay, for background, because most of you may not have seen it. Uh, what I had said was that I heard a news report and saw a couple of articles where people were saying that even when the pandemic is over, we may still have to wear masks. In fact, we may have to wear them forever. Not because like there's a pandemic out there, just because they think we should. And I'm like, at a certain point, we need to be able to breathe a sigh of relief and say it's over. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
every time there's a disaster now since, ooh, let's call it 9/11, people go way overboard on making things safe and they never dial them back. It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
like at a certain point you got to be able to say bounds of reason, but people kept saying, well, masks will help with things like the flu, and I'm like, well, if we want to wear them during flu season, okay, but I mean, there's just so many, like at a certain point we need to be able to go back to a certain amount of normal with regard to like health, and nobody would hear it. They're all like, well, wearing a mask is exactly the same as wearing or as taking a vaccine because you're helping other people. And I'm like, maybe if more people would actually go get the fucking flu shot. I mean, they're free at the pharmacy. It
Yes.
would help just a smidge. But no. So I mean, like, but people jumped right the fuck down my throat about it.
I
And
saw
I'm like,
that, and it
really?
was yeah.
Really? When the pandemic is over, you don't think we should like get a chance to not wear masks anymore?
Hi, Shadow Kitty. How you doing? And I'm hoping that that's what happens. Things changing after viable vaccine has
Well,
been in use. And
Well, I'd love to believe that, but to listen to the people that I was arguing with, they're saying no. Even once we've licked this pandemic, once it's done, over, still wear a mask.
yeah, now that's okay. Because maybe it's me. Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but I have a need to see people's facial expressions.
I'm with you. Hey, how the fuck do you date when everyone's wearing masks?
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, okay, granted, yes, we're supposed to fall in love with the person inside and not what they look like. Looks don't matter. Fuck that. Of course, looks matter. They may not be the like primary thing. But it's like, what if someone looks like a supermodel from the nose up, but as soon as that mask comes off, you're like, oh dear God, what happened? Kill it with fire. Are you necessarily going to want to have that as your like companion for the rest of your life? I mean, assuming that's why you're dating. Maybe you're just after a one night stand. I don't know what your dating life is like, but the point is, I mean, how do you do it? There's got to be you can hardly make out with masks on.
Dating. What is this dating of which you speak?
When this pandemic is over, I am so going out to the local dyke bar. I gotta tell you, and joining a dojo. I want to learn martial arts, damn it. I got to high yellow belt in Taekwondo. I think I want to switch to karate. I've been noticing something that Taekwondo is usually the go-to when you want to make fun of someone who's taking martial arts. I don't know why, but it's like, what am I trying to say here? Give me something where it's like you got two things and a third thing that's kind of pathetic that's trying to be both of them. That's what Taekwondo apparently is.
Okay.
It's like the generic knockoff brand of martial arts. And so I think I want to start taking karate when this is over, and I'm not doing it in a fucking mask.
Okay. Nerdy says he's looking for a woman who looks good in a mask.
Well, I'm pretty hot actually in a mask, but
Shut up,
well, I mean that's the thing. Oh, hush you! I was seriously like almost everybody's eyes are attractive. Almost.
Almost.
It's like I've noticed I've seen some extraordinarily attractive people on the street or at the store, but then I'm like, what does she look like with that mask off?
Okay.
I'm just curious because I mean, what if it's like the 3 or 4 teeth you have left are bent in unnatural directions, kind of thing.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Oh my.
I mean, granted, those of us who are butt ugly need love too, but still.
I know one of the things I keep finding myself thinking is, I see somebody who happens to look kind of cute and everything else, and the first thing that crosses my mind is, yeah, but what's she like when she opens her mouth?
Well, how would you know she's wearing a mask?
Oh, there you go. Well,
Girl, she's doing like some sort of ventriloquist dummy thing, or has a speaker under there, and someone in that unmarked van without windows across the street is speaking for her, for all you know.
There you are. Oh my word! So many. It's amazing that as soon as they speak, it's like, oh my God. Oh well, what are you gonna do? I'm too picky. I know.
Well, I should probably be pickier, given my history.
Okay, yeah, you've spoken to it a couple times. Oh
Well,
my.
well, it's funny because like there are a number of people who've been like, "Oh, shut up, you big old diaper baby," and then I explain what happened, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, all right, maybe you have a point there."
Just a little bit, yeah. Oh, I
Oh, I
don't
mean,
know.
I'm not gonna tell the story again, but
Oh, I've
fucking hell, that bitch fucked me up so hard.
well, yeah, it hurts.
Mm-hmm. But what can you do? I mean, hell, for all I know, by this point she's probably dead. The way she like abused her own body, it's hard to picture her still alive.
This is the heroin addict,
No, crack.
crack
I've
addict.
never dated.
Okay.
I've never dated anyone who did heroin that I know of, but she definitely did her share of crack. Yeah.
Oh my, oh my. I don't know. Well, everybody tells me I did it wrong, and if that's what happened, then I'm happy for it. But I tried the stuff once, and my assessment was, what's the point?
Now, when you say the stuff,
Crack.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we talked about crack. We talked about heroin. I didn't know which one you meant.
Oh, okay, fine. Yep. No, I've never done heroin. I've had morphine as an analgesic, and I really like morphine as an analgesic. It's one of the best I've ever had. It's right up there with marijuana. But
Hmm.
yeah, I didn't have, never had diacetylmorphine, also known as
Which
heroin.
what now? Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, the truth is though that well, when it comes to heroin, there's a chance I'm a bit of an addict.
okay then.
I'm a heroin addict.
There you
Yeah,
are.
I
Oh,
had
look, it's the
no
pheasant.
choice at all but to make that picture. I had to. There was no option.
Okay.
Just saying.
Indeed he does. Oh my.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah,
I
Josiah.
You have
Just
to wonder, like, how many things have we said that if taken in the wrong context or edited out of context would just be so horribly damning.
indeed. Absolutely. Um, but then again, it's kind of interesting that way. In its own way, it's kind of nice, but in a way, it could get us into trouble. Yeah.
True, true.
Oh my, oh my. So we've got some interesting people coming in here today. Yay! People I don't see all that often. I mean, I see you from time to time, Josiah. RJ, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Good to have you here, honey. And yay, and stuff like that. Yeah, we're just doing
Well,
our thing over here. Hopefully, we keep everybody happy.
hopefully. I'm actually not sure how long I'm gonna last though. I don't know. I haven't been sleeping well. We mentioned it in the green room. It's I don't know if it's the cats waking me up or if I'm just going to bed at the wrong time or something else, but I cannot seem to get proper sleep. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, I can imagine how it would be because I do. There was a time for a while, oh, excuse me, when I was waking spontaneously at something like 3:30 or 4 in the morning, and the big problem with that one was, you wake and staying up, you're not rested enough to stay up, but when you go back to bed, you're in bed for another 10 hours.
That one
So
doesn't happen to me.
okay,
What what does happen to me is I'll go to bed. I'll wake up at a very inappropriate time when it's like still dark out or something. And then I will try to go back to sleep and I will lie there awake, just barely awake enough to know that I'm awake and never get back to sleep.
okay, yeah, yeah, okay.
I
That
can't even begin to describe how much I fucking hate that.
I know with
Like
me.
my circadian rhythms are all kinds of fucked up right now.
Oh my, I don't know. I don't know what to do about that because I've never been any good at doing anything about it either. So, yeesh.
Hmm.
Um,
I mean, maybe there's not a lot that can be done. Maybe I'm just not getting enough exercise. I don't know. I really don't.
yeah, I'm trying to think here. My, there we go. Let's see if we have. I don't know if you want to. Yeah, okay, there you go. I don't know if you can do anything about an Arcadian rhythm. No, huh?
Well, I do like arcades.
Okay, hey, yeah. That's something I miss. I haven't seen an arcade in a very, very long time.
Yeah, I'm not even sure they still make like cabinet console games anymore because, well, now that everyone has these amazing home systems, they don't have to go to the arcade anymore. You know, you just turn on the Nintendo Switch, you play with a bunch of people online, or fire up the PC, play by yourself, whatever. And the graphics are fucking amazing. And It's kind of like arcades and video stores died because, the technology changed and there really wasn't any way they could keep up.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it that the arcades died because of the technology at home, or is it that the arcades died because the malls they were in also died, or was it a combination of the two? Or I mean, I can't remember offhand the last time I was in a mall. It's been a long, long, long time.
Yeah, less time for me, but I mostly only went there because that's where the movie theater was.
Okay, then, because
You know,
the
but I walked around a little because there was like time before the movie.
oh yes,
So,
yeah.
so what I ended up doing was walking around, found a comic book store, asked them if they had anything based on the Orville, and they didn't know what the fuck the Orville was. And I was like, really? And you're working in a comic book store?
Oops. Yeah.
You're
Oh
working at a place
my.
where geeks go to hang out and you don't know what the Orville is? What's wrong with you?
Oh my. Because it's amazing. I don't know if you go onto the YouTube channels that feature the decrepit malls, the decrepit shopping malls.
No.
Oh, there are a couple of them where people will go exploring in the old malls that have been closed for years and are falling apart and everything else without um, exception. All the malls I used to go to do any shopping, I find there.
Hmm.
I look at these things and yeah, I remember going there to go to J.C. Penney and buy clothing for school or something like that. And yeah, it's weird. It's a weird feeling to see those on dead and dying history channels. But
Well, I've heard of a couple of places, especially now with the pandemic, where they've converted malls into cheap homes.
oh, okay. What, like condos?
Well, no, I mean like as in homeless shelter type homes.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay,
They're going, well, no one's using these stores. Let's make them into bedrooms and kitchens.
sounds like a great idea to me.
Well, it's also part of the premise of the Cyberpunk 2077 game that hopefully is coming out in a couple of days.
Hopefully.
Where, yeah, well, they've delayed it like 1,000 times already, and it's been like in the making since 2013. This is yeah. Anyway, but the point is that there's this one section of Night City that's just a big bunch of abandoned shopping malls that have been taken over by cyber gangs.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. You do not want to go in there when you're a low level. Trust me. I've seen
Ooh.
footage.
Okay.
Because one thing about the game is they don't have what's known as level scaling, where they take the monsters and nerf them a bit if you're too low a level, or they buff them a bit if you're too high to keep the fight interesting. No, no. If you walk into the wrong part of Night City, you are so dead.
Sounds like sounds like certain areas of Cleveland, when I was there. Okay.
Well, I mean, it is the cyberpunk genre. So, I mean, yeah, I'd love to see a cyberpunk story that's utopian instead of dystopian.
Oh, but would that be any fun?
It
Um,
could be. It could be. I mean, like, okay, take for example, if it's like a paradise that has flaws underneath, kind of thing, um, or
oh,
or maybe or maybe the paradise is infiltrated by someone from outside of it,
a, s-
and that causes havoc.
a somewhat dystopian utopia.
Well, no, no, no,
No,
no, no, no.
no.
A utopia that has maybe one or two things wrong with it that become plot points.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, it's
okay.
kind of like how I'd love to see sort of a. Now, I know they're doing this as an animated comedy, which I wish they hadn't, but a Star Trek series where you're not constantly on the bridge, where it's all about the people who are lower level in rank. So it's like watching all the ensigns do their thing, where the captain is like that semi mythical figure who's on the bridge that you barely ever see when it's not a ceremony kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Um, and I think that could produce some interesting drama. But one of the things, and I know I've mentioned this before, that I want to do is have it where there's a Starfleet equivalent, but the military and the science are 100% separate entities entirely. The military is there to protect the scientists while they go exploring. But of
Okay.
course, if the situation gets too tense, the military is going to want to step in. So you can have that whole like conflict between the scientists and the military where it's like, no, 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 give us a little while, a few more hours to try to talk to the natives before you go shooting them, kind of thing.
Mm.
And then you could have these shipboard romances where, like, someone from the Jarheads falls in love with one of the Eggheads and vice versa. And like they don't want to reveal it to the rest of the crew because they know they'll be ridiculed for it, kind of thing. So, I mean, there's a lot of potential there.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Now that you mentioned that sort of thing, I think back to the original Star Trek series, and I have to wonder how Kirk wasn't reprimanded again and again and again and again and again for his casting his wild oats, if you will. I mean, he was getting it on with damn near every cute ensign on the ship.
Well, mostly it was the green skinned alien chicks, wasn't it?
Well,
I mean,
for example, Janice Rand had a thing for him.
but did they ever get it on?
I do not remember if they did or not, to come to think of it. Um,
Mm. Well,
I know that there were other crew members where it was suggested that they got it on, um,
mm.
but I can't bring up any names right now because it's been so long since I've seen any of the episodes.
Well, I found it weird that in the Star Trek movie that came out a few years ago, the one where Chris Pine was playing Kirk, Uhura and Spock were in a fucking relationship. That made no sense to me.
Oh my word. Yeah, I heard about that one, and to me it makes no sense as well because, okay, let's face it, each of them is looking for something totally different.
Hmm.
I mean, Uhura is quite human, quite emotional. Spock, Vulcan, the repress the emotions, that
Half
sort of
human.
thing.
He's only half Vulcan.
Yeah. Um, and it just doesn't seem like a good fit to me. But what are you going to
Yeah.
do?
But I don't know, there were a couple of things. Oh, right. I remember. I keep going on about Jim Jeffries, but he did this one. I know. I think he's hilarious, but he did this one routine where he was talking about like if they start cracking down on things like sexual harassment, James Bond is going to be in real trouble. Like he walks into the headquarters wherever it is, and he says, "Hi, I'm here to see Q," and they're like, "Actually, you're here to see HR."
Okay,
Yeah.
then.
Yeah, we have 500 complaints from a Miss Moneypenny and two Russian agents who said you slept with them. He's like, I was trying to get information. You know. But yeah, James Bond would be in so much trouble with sexual harassment laws, wouldn't he?
I don't know. Well, the whole thing was, Moneypenny had a thing for him, so you might
Well,
say it's consensual.
I don't know. James Bond is something where I have vague notions of what it's about, and I've tried to watch it. Hell, I even own the Sean Connery collection because I wanted to see if I could make myself fucking like it. But roundabout, oh, I want to say it might have been Thunderball. I don't know. I don't remember the order they're in. But around about then, I got so freaking bored. So me and James Bond don't get along.
Okay.
Well, okay, I remember, and maybe this is just a generational thing, but I've noticed that movies from too far back end up taking their time to the point of being boring. Like I was trying to watch Ocean's 11 and The Blob, the originals, not the remakes. And oh my gosh, did those things need an editor? They dragged and dragged and dragged. Like there was this whole thing in Ocean's 11 where you spend like a half hour watching these characters just reminisce about shit you don't care about. And it's like, you're not even making me care about these characters, you're making me bored with them.
Okay.
And it was the same thing with The Blob. That one went on and on. Oh my gosh, it's like, dude, I'm here for a blob, okay? You know, like like, like a lot of movies. I'm gonna point at Star Wars and later. Uh, they make you care about the main character in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. It's nice and efficient, and anything after that is a bonus. Because in 5 minutes we learn what that Luke's father is gone, and he wants to get off the planet, and his aunt and uncle are too strict, and this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, okay, I get who Luke is, and I can relate to stuff he's talking about, and good. And then they have plot forever after that. Whereas in Ocean's 11, it was like you were watching a goddamn cocktail party. But it was not only a cocktail party, it was also a sausage fest, and everything they were reminiscing about was boring as fuck.
Okay. I would not know. I have not seen Ocean's 11.
Well, I
So,
would recommend watching the George Clooney version if you're going to watch any.
and as far as the Blob goes, the last time I saw the original Blob had to have been in about 1969. So
Well, I would still recommend watching the 80s remake. It's 1,000 times better.
I've got a copy of it around here somewhere. I just haven't watched it yet.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I do have
I,
some copies of some films, and many of them, as I say, I haven't got around to watching. Um,
yeah,
and,
I actually have a fair bit I haven't watched yet. They're just sitting here.
yeah, it's a matter of motivation.
Well, that and a lot of the stuff that I do requires me to have clean sound. I can't watch a movie and edit video.
There you go. Hi, Purple. How you doing,
Oh,
honey?
purple!
Yay!
How's the purple?
Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, Colleen, to me, there was something I liked about it being in black and white, the original Blob. Um,
Uh, I don't think I bought a colorized version. I'm pretty sure it was in color.
oh, okay. Oh, you know what it might be?
What?
It might be that I saw it in black and white because that's the only television that was around the house.
Ah, so you didn't see it in a theater.
No, I did not.
Okay. Because I'm looking at the still frame of the trailer. It sure does look like color to me. Although I'm also seeing another clip that's clearly black and white. Huh. That
Mage
is
says that I need to
weird.
do some major movie binging or binging or
Oh,
yeah, yeah, I guess so. Really.
it
Uh,
does kind of bother me that you can't spell binging without making it look like binging.
oh my! Oh my! Oh, okay. Colleen says it was B&W.
Not from what I'm seeing.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know, so I'm not going to speak authoritatively on any of that.
allegedly they're making a new version as well.
Oh no.
Let's see.
Oh man,
Yeah,
sleepover
well, with
parties. What the hell was
color
that?
and widescreen. It says it right here on Wikipedia. When the film Negative is premium reverse began oozing over the belly, the Blob was filmed in color and in widescreen. Says it right there.
Okay then.
Yep.
Oh man, I never got the chance to do a sleepover party.
Mm.
What are you
Huh.
gonna do?
There are times when those were good and times of those where those were shitty. Believe me.
Oh,
Um, I'm looking at the cast list for the Blob remake that they did in the 80s, and wow, is it a big, massive, like just pit of nobody actors. Like the most famous person on here is probably Art LaFleur, and most people don't know who the fuck that
I was
is.
gonna say, who is that?
Oh, wait a minute, I take that back. Erica Oleniak was in it. But no, the thing is that the Art LaFleur, he's one of those guys who's been in every damn thing. It's just nobody knows who he is unless they're like a total film geek.
Okay then. Colleen, I'm with you. I'm definitely with you. She says in all caps, can they please stop remaking classics? The point of remaking is to fix something that wasn't very good. Yeah.
Well, I hate to say it though, some of the things that get remade weren't good. It's when they remake things that were good when it starts to suck.
Well, that's the point I got from Colleen. Um,
Well,
and when
but
they,
that means that remakes aren't completely out of bounds.
oh yeah, I mean there's a time and a place, and
But
um,
I don't see any reason to remake something unless it was, uh, I don't want to say bad. Let's say technically inept. You know, like if the special effects don't hold up anymore,
okay, okay.
that kind of thing.
Well, yeah,
Uh,
the special effects not holding up anymore. I guess I can think of the thing, because I mean the original, the thing I loved, but yeah, the special effects there essentially were none. But
mm, well, I've only seen the Carpenter version. Anyway, this is from The Sandlot. That's Art LaFleur playing Babe Ruth.
oh, okay, fine.
That's what he looks like there. It's weird. I can't find a picture that really shows what he looks like. Like, yeah, I have to do sort of a Venn diagram of here's pictures of Art LaFleur to give you a full idea of what the guy looks like. But seriously, this is one of those actors. He's been in everything. I mean, freaking everything. But nobody knows who he is because he's never in a starring role.
Okay.
Yeah, but being that I'm something of a movie geek who's worked in 4 video stores, I know who the fuck Art LaFleur is.
It's a good thing, I guess, right?
Well, I mean, you've memorized all kinds of wacky facts. Why can't I?
Right.
And it has come in useful from time to time if I ever needed to connect someone to Kevin Bacon. I mean, you laugh, but it has come up.
Oh, indeed. Yeah.
Man, Kevin Dillon. Like Matt Dillon was famous. Kevin Dillon? Not so much. It's kind of like being the what the hell are their names? Like the fourth DeLuise brother.
Okay.
Well, Dom DeLuise had like a double wide buttload of sons, and some of them are quite well known, and some of them you've never heard of, but they're still in films.
Okay then. Yay.
Hmm.
I think it's yay. I hope it's yay. Colleen thinks some movies should be exempt.
Hmm. Oh yeah. Some movies should definitely be exempt. Like you do not remake The Princess Bride or Labyrinth or Back to the Future or hell, pretty much anything from the 80s is hands off.
Okay.
I think this is the. But I went down a rabbit hole of Kevin Dillon's filmography, and I honestly can't tell. I think Heaven Help Us is the movie I'm thinking of, where this kid transfers into a Catholic prep school. And one of the things that they do, this knocks me out, is they have this like these ceremonies where the kids have to stand up sometimes and they have to sit down sometimes. And so the priests have this little clicker thing that lets them know when to stand up and sit down. The
Oh
thing is,
boy.
one of the kids steals it, or at least steals one of them, and clicks it over and over and over and over at completely inappropriate times until the well, actually, I guess they must have been monks with the robes they were wearing, like bodily dragging out of the pew.
That's been used more than once, yes, and it's great every time it's used.
I mean, like, I don't necessarily want to watch a movie about a boys' prep school, but at the same time, that scene is pretty amusing, and I might want to see the rest of it just to know what the hell, right?
Yeah. And well, so many times it is so disappointing to do something like that. You know, you do see a great scene or something like, great. I want to see the rest of the film. I want to see how it's set up and how it's, and it turns out to be crap. Uh, so I don't know.
Well, yeah, but that usually happens with deceptive trailers more than anything else.
Okay.
Well, I mean, because like when you wait, I'm trying to remember what it was. Was it Million Dollar Baby? I think the one where she's like a boxer, and it looks from the trailers like she's gonna be this like kick-ass boxer, and you're gonna watch a boxing movie, but really. The movie is like this slow, drawn out. She got super hurt, and now she's putting her life back together thing, or something like that. I never watched the movie. I'm just going off what someone else said, but that happens all the time. Or like sci-fi movies, big like special effects heavy sci-fi movies, and they show you all the best parts in the trailers. They spoil things in the trailers. It's like, oh, now I know who the killer is, kind of thing. And
Okay.
like, deceptive trailers can really fuck a movie. I'm just saying.
I like Mr. Shadow Kitty's comment here. The remake of King Kong was worse than the original remake. God, when you start getting into the various levels like that, when a movie's been remade 5 times, and it's crazy.
Well, I get into these arguments with people about what is or is not science fiction or fantasy. And I have come to the conclusion that the only reasonable metric for gauging what genre something's in is what it looks like. It's the scene, it's the setting. It has nothing to do with the story. It's all scene and setting. Like, okay, sci-fi. If it's got spaceships, there's a damn good chance it's sci-fi. But if it's all horses and swords and wizards, chances are good it's probably fantasy. And then people try to say, yeah, well, Star Wars has a princess and swords and magic. It's fantasy. I'm like, yeah, okay, hold on there, Sparky. Take Seven Samurai, the Akira Kurosawa movie, later remade as a Western, The Magnificent Seven, later remade again as Battle Beyond the Stars, a sci-fi movie coming out in the wake of Star Wars. Okay? No one would argue that these are the same movies. No one would ever argue that Battle Beyond the Stars is not sci-fi or that The Magnificent Seven is not a Western. And that Seven Samurai is not a samurai movie, despite the fact that they are almost exactly identical in plot.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have come to the conclusion that the only way to tell whether something's sci-fi or fantasy is what it looks like.
Okay, I'm liking it. Yeah, it works definitely. Um,
So, but I
I,
mean, like, I forget why we went down this rabbit hole, actually.
I'm not sure. I
It was
think
that like remakes shouldn't, like, some movies shouldn't be remade. And I think what I was trying to say is it's actually okay if you remake it as a completely different genre. Keep the plot, keep the characters, but just switch it up so that now it's some film noir detective story instead of the I don't know, High School Musical. You know what I mean?
okay then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Mage Grey Wolf says The Mandalorian is just a take on Lone Wolf and Cub. I have
I've
no
never.
idea.
Well, it's a comic book. I've never read it. I've seen pictures, posters, etc., but I never read it.
Okay. Um,
And I've actually never watched The Mandalorian. But that said, I know enough about it to know that what we have in The Mandalorian is like, I don't know if it's supposed to be Boba Fett or some other Mandalorian, but he's walking around with Baby Yoda all the time, and Lone Wolf and Cub, you see.
okay then.
So it makes a certain kind of sense. Apparently, like again, I haven't watched The Mandalorian, but apparently, Baby Yoda is in like some sort of backpack carrier a lot, like he's literally a baby in a thing, like a carrier. I don't know. I haven't watched it. I've seen pictures to lead me to that conclusion.
Mm.
Like, okay, hold on, copy image. All right, keep in mind the lone wolf and cub image, right? And then, bam,
Okay then.
you see the similarity.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, basically, what I'm saying is that I accept that comparison. Actually, I thought it was Shadow Kitty, Mage, Grey Wolf. I'll be
Yeah.
right back. I gotta take that stuff out of the dryer.
Oh my. Yeah, we don't want to get it getting horribly wrinkled and shit like that and everything else. God, clothes are horrible if you leave them in the dryer too long. You are just so lucky, Kate, with the laundry stuff right in your residence where you live and work and everything. I mean, I've got to go downstairs and risk having everything taken up. One of the things that really gets to me is you go down to do clothing or something like that, and there's clothing in the washers. So, okay, you come back upstairs, and you go down a little while later, and it's still there. And you go down 6 hours later, and it's still there. And you go down there the next day, and it's still there. And Eris help you if you remove any of it and move it somewhere, and are discovered in the act of doing so. Some of these people will at least threaten bodily harm for putting your hands on their clothing. But oh well.
So that phone call that just came in was actually Amazon delivery. They're outside, and I have to mask up real quick and go get what they're delivering.
Okay, fine. Take care of that and do that and everything and stuff and things. Oh
Yeah.
man, I like it, Purple. Purple says I won't say what I think Star Wars is again because the last time the argument with Kate went on for weeks. And fake name. Hi, honey. Hi, how are ya? Yay! Oh my word. The old group is all here. Yay! Oh my. But yeah, it's just totally amazing. But no, the theme, the what do you want to call that thing? The thumbnail that I put up today. It's we here in Pittsburgh got our first snow, and that had me in tears. Let me tell you, I am not a fan of winter, not a fan of winter at all. And I know that someone has come back in, and hopefully it's going to be a really nice thing that came from Amazon today, and hopefully Kate will be all happy. Is she excitedly opening the box?
I'm not sure what this is because it's if it's what I ordered, it's not in the right size box. Whoa, that package was full of white stuff. What the fuck?
Okay.
Oh, that's right. I did buy two of them. Okay. It's HDMI cables.
Oh, okay, fine.
All right. There we go. So now I'm going to hook up this cable to the machine that I intend to use to run Cyberpunk.
So how many machines will that be? 5?
No, four.
Oh, okay. I
I mean,
knew it had to
assuming
be.
we're just talking about PCs.
Okay, I knew it had to be around there somewhere.
Hmm.
Um, okay, you've got the
Well,
you've got the PCs, and then what else do you have? Is it one of the gaming stations or something? Or
yeah, Nintendo Switch plus a Blu-ray player.
already then, I do not have a Blu-ray player. I don't have anything Blu-ray.
Oh,
Uh,
well, um, honestly, in many ways, it's more trouble than it's worth.
okay.
I mean, like, yeah, the picture quality is really crisp, but it's like, well, a lot of the discs are like the menus are so much worse than DVD menus. And to be honest, the crisp picture doesn't help me much because all I care about is the plot. You know, it's I don't know. And also, for some reason, the Blu-ray drive I have in my one of my PCs will not rip a Blu-ray disc. So I have a whole bunch of movies I can't put on that 2 terabyte hard drive I have, the external hard drive.
That's interesting. So, what is it? The hardware that won't allow the ripping, or the way it talks to the software, or
Might it might actually be the software itself. It's kind of old, and I thought about replacing it. The problem is that the version I have is paid for.
okay then, and then what? Any other version you get would be on that rental basis that they do now.
I actually don't know. I just know that I don't want to fuck with it because right now, if I try to upgrade from the free version I have, it
Mm-hmm.
might then demand I pay.
Okay then.
Sorry, someone asked me a question and it's someone kind of important, so I feel the need to answer. Okay. All right, someone was like, "You haven't been posting videos. Are you doing okay?" I'm like, "Yeah." Of course, the "Are you doing okay?" was mostly about money. Yeah, I'm doing fine on that front, but right now for the animation stuff, I'm waiting on some music, and then I can put out the first episode of Head Meets.
Yay!
Yeah,
Cannot wait. That'll be fun.
yeah. Well, Amiga, you're in New York. No, I'm
Yeah.
kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love New York. But still,
So wait a minute. It's 45 degrees where you are. Cause I checked the 5cast this morning, um, and for the next 3 days, today, tomorrow, and
the next day.
Thursday. Yeah, the next day. Today, tomorrow, and Thursday. It's supposed to be all in the 30s, say about 30, 32 here in Pittsburgh. So,
Hmm.
yeah, and Amiga and I are not that far apart because
Well,
Amiga,
there's probably like mountains or some shit in the way. That happened all the time in Seattle.
well, Amiga is on that glacial moraine out in the Atlantic, and
Okay.
yeah, the one called Long Island.
Oh, well, all right.
So
So maybe it's like wind off of water. I don't know.
I don't know. It's got
Um,
to be something like that. And well, he's a little closer to the Gulf Stream than I am, so it could be.
well, I'm looking at the current temperature here in San Diego. It's 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, and the sun just went down, and it's 70 degrees.
Gabetrasto fat colegi. I do not to knowing and for to you.
Yeah, well, no, it's funny because like so often our gut instincts are completely wrong. You know, like when I think of diseases, especially diseases that cause pandemics, my first thought is that it's going to be a tropical disease, you know, in a place where it's nice and warm. So when they say, oh, it'll die in summer like the flu does, my brain went, wait a minute, what? But then the more intellectual part of me went, oh, yeah, that makes sense. But like on a gut level, it seems like cold should kill the virus more than warmth.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not going to
yeah.
defend that. I know it's wrong, but I'm saying that it feels that way. You know, like I say, in my gut, like
Mm-hmm.
my intuition, intuitively, that feels like it should be right because diseases are tropical. But no, that's not. I know that's wrong.
Oh my, I just was looking over here and okay. According to the six cast, which includes Thursday afternoon, it's actually supposed to get into the 40s a little bit.
Hmm. Actually, it gets really, really fucking cold. Like at night. We had this discussion before. It's that whole like desert
Yes,
air night thing.
indeed. Well, you've got what is that area? Anza Borrego.
What
It's a sort of a desert highland.
is it possible you're pronouncing it with an accent that makes it unrecognizable to me like usual?
I don't know offhand. I really don't. I don't.
Can you spell it?
Anza space Borego, if I remember correctly. Let me check it and make sure.
Oh, Anza Borrego.
Yeah.
Well, that's for Italian. Anza Borrego.
Oh, double R.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh wow, look at those pictures. What the that what? Oh, it's a sculpture. I was gonna say the picture I'm looking at. I'm like there's a freaking dinosaur.
oh,
What
that
the
one.
hell?
Yeah.
And there's another one that looks for all the world like a dragon. I'm going, what am I looking at here?
Oh man, that's great. I love that. But yeah, I'd like to spend some time out there if I could. Um,
Like you see the dinosaur lizardy looking thing.
yes, it's in the upper right corner of the
And
Google
then there's
page.
the dragon.
Yep, it's right next. Well,
And
not that one
apparently
is right next to it. Say again.
a mammoth. And then scorpions.
Oh,
And what
yay!
might be a griffin. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it might well
Um,
be. With what's it got in its talons there?
looks like, come on. Uh, I honestly can't tell.
Is
It might
that
be a
a?
warthog. I think it's a warthog.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah. Uh, why does that look familiar to me? What is that? Is that the Game of Thrones throne behind him?
Maybe
Uh,
from pictures I've seen,
oh,
it could be. It
that.
looks a little bit like it.
It
What the
is. It is.
hell?
And then there's that, and this one. This looks like one of those things where someone made it out of weird stuff like pine cones or some shit.
Okay then.
I can't tell what it is. Well, apparently, sculptors had some wacky fun in this place.
Yeah, I'd like to be there and have a look at it. Oh, look at that. God, look at that.
Well, I might be able to give it a look see in VR. But I actually don't know where this is. Um, let's see. Here we go. Map. Because I don't know if this is anywhere near me.
Uh, my understanding is it's not that far from you.
Well, that's a relative measure. Um, well, I'm certainly not walking there.
Oh no, no, you don't walk there, but it's a reasonably short drive. Um,
Well, again, that's a relative measure. So,
as I say, I wouldn't mind getting out there. The last time I spent any time in desert was what, 85, 84. It
hmm,
was in the Sonora Desert. God, it was beautiful. I loved it.
let's see. Okay, according to this, by car from San Diego, about an hour 40.
Okay, yeah, it's about what I thought.
Yeah. My parents used to drive us all the hell over New England, and I hated every minute of it. Simply because if I tried to sleep in the car, wouldn't happen. Try to read in the car, get seasick. It just there was nothing to do but sit there and wait.
Mm,
Of course, we didn't really have much in the way of handheld gaming yet, so that might have added to it.
okay then.
Well, I do wonder if those long ass road trips my parents and I would take to like frickin' Connecticut, if they would have been more bearable if I'd had a Nintendo Switch.
Who could tell? Maybe, maybe,
Mm,
maybe, maybe. Kind of.
well, I was, yeah.
Oh my. Let me have the look over here. Oh, we're still doing all right. Maybe I'll just tweak the volume up a tiny little bit. Just make sure that
Mm.
you guys can hear my annoying voice. Oh my. And Mage thinks that the bird was a rock. I forget what
Possibly.
I forget what exactly a rock is.
It's like a giant crow or some shit.
Okay.
Let's see. Well, okay, bird of prey, it says here on Wikipedia. The roc is an enormous legendary bird of prey in the popular mythology of the Middle East. The roc appears in Arabic geographies, really, geographies, and natural history, popularized in Arabian fairy tales and sailors' folklore. Um, Person whose name I cannot pronounce tells of a mountain hovering in the air over the China Seas, which was the Rock. The story collection 1001 Nights includes tales of Abd al Rahman, I guess, and Sinbad the Sailor, both of which include the Rock. And no, not the wrestler turned actor Rock.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, it's your
So,
butt fighting.
so
Stop fighting.
Bob Seger was singing about a bird then, huh?
No,
Like a rock.
no.
Aw. And yay, Amiga goes to the shilling. Yay, Amiga is such a wonderful shill.
Mhm.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yay. Amiga's a
There's
Amiga's a
the
big
chat.
sweetie.
Are you sure? I've never seen Amiga. Are you large, Amiga? Actually, for that matter, I've never tasted you either. Are you sweet? Well, I like my women like I like my candy, bright, sweet, and on my tongue.
Okay then.
Eh. Sorry, I made that up years ago, and I keep hoping someone else will find it funny.
Oh my, oh my. Oh jeez. Okay, there goes the neighborhood. Stools here.
Ruh-roh. Actually, it's funny you say Amiga licks shoes. Xander licks my feet. And I don't make him do it. He just walks up and starts slurping. It's weird.
I don't know. Where did you find this kitten anyway?
He started life as a stray. Apparently, he was like 4 months old when they finally got their hands on him, took him off the street, which would mean that his birthday must be in like September or October, I think.
Okay.
Because I got him around December, right before lockdown started.
Okay, my Blitzer. No, my moo. Yeah, my moo.
Yeah.
There we
So,
go.
um, but I guess he may have developed some weird habits from that. I don't know. What I do know is that Columbia is looking at me like she wants to be on my lap, but for some reason she won't take that step onto my thighs to lie down. She keeps glancing over at Xander like he's going to come over and attack her if she does. Because,
Well,
not
it
without
never
pressing.
happens, right?
No, no. 5'11", huh? Okay, but that's tall. Are you large? Are you a total chubster or are you kind of thin?
Moo.
Yeah.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
So, wow, your focus just went wild. Um, am I the only one where it doesn't matter what context it is that they're playing the Star Spangled Banner? When it's over, your head, without any conscious will of your own, goes, play ball!
Okay.
Like every time that song ends, it doesn't matter what the context is. Just, for the land of the free and the hum of the brave, play ball! Just every time. I can't help it.
Oh man, I miss that shit.
Mm.
I don't know when I'm ever going to be able to do that again because I don't know when they're going to allow crowds in the stadia.
I did not think that you sang the Star Spangled Banner.
Well, I don't do much singing anymore, no, because, I mean, a bass baritone with a rack the size of a city bus, come on. Um, no, but
Well, actually, I mean, maybe Aretha Franklin?
well, no, my singing voice is a bit on the low side.
Well, yeah, but I mean, hers wasn't exactly a soprano.
Well, what do you have? Okay, my natural singing voice is somewhere in the area of Freude schöner Götter Funkentochter aus Elysium. Okay, I'm not putting anything on. That is my singing voice, and it just
Okay.
just doesn't go along too well. Uh,
Still,
oh, harmonica man's taking off. Well, take care, honey, and be good and have fun.
catch you later.
Te polasti.
Blah 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 bleep. Tell me, did you ever? Oh gosh, I lost it when you said goodbye. I was trying to say something I don't remember now. Oh well, whatevs.
Shadow Kitty sounds like Bugs Bunny when he sings.
Hmm. I don't know. My singing voice is weird. Like I have this oddly truncated range where it's like if you're going down the scale or whatever, going down like the notes, like can't sing that, can totally sing that, can't sing that, can't sing that, actually can kind of sing that, can't sing that, can't sing that. It's like I have these weird gaps in notes I can hit. It's very strange.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like what I'm used to. You usually
Mm.
don't poke holes in the middle of a range. Yeah. I will say that, oh my, I have regained a great deal of my range since I quit smoking. Um, it was contracting and contracting, and especially the high end. Um, because my range is anywhere from contrabass to second tenor, so you've got a few octaves going on there, and it got to the point where my throat was so wrecked that I could barely speak, let alone sing, and happily I've mostly recovered. What I've lost, I guess I've lost more for age than I have for anything like smoking or anything like that.
Mm. Hey, Columbia, what's with the biting? Silly kitty. I was like totally enjoying your presence till you bit me.
I do not knowing, unfortunately, kitty.
But
But
anyway, yeah, I'm very seriously considering. finding other delivery systems for marijuana other than like vaping or smoking it.
Okay then. Okay. Well, I thought that you were doing the whole edibles thing.
Well, I mean, yeah, but not exclusively.
Right, right. But it's okay. When you had said you were considering finding other means, it sounded to me like okay, looking for something you haven't done before.
No, no, I very specifically said other than smoking or vaping.
Da porожнє. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, because like a lot of the edibles I've had have been only okay. So, and one of the tinctures I tried did nothing. Although there was another one I have, and I'm trying to find my stupid webcam so I can show it to you, but it was actually pretty good until it stopped affecting me. It's this thing. It's called Tonic, Tonik, and like it's a shit ton of weed in a tiny tiny container. Looks like a miniature thermos more than anything else.
Hmm.
And it well, the first time I tried it, it was really really good. Then it stopped affecting me. I'm hoping. I've decided I'm gonna extend the tolerance cleanse until my birthday, which also gives me enough time to start playing Cyberpunk for a while, and then we'll see.
Okay, 2 weeks might be enough.
Well, I started it a week ago.
Oh, 3 weeks. Yay.
Actually, that might be why my sleep is being weird.
There is that possibility. Okay.
Uh,
Oh, look
I
at
mean, they
that.
said that one of the symptoms is insomnia, and well, I haven't quite had insomnia. I just had not enough somnia.
Yeah.
Okay, what's a roux? Raux? What the frig? I
Oh,
don't know what that is.
it's a roux. A roux is a basis for sauces and gravies. It's basically flour and butter sauteed together, and then start adding some sort of liquid, say water or a
Well,
soup stock or something like that.
unless I were to get some like I don't know, essence of weed that I could just put in something, I don't think they actually make pot gravy.
Well, okay. How about setting up a recipe? We can always feature it on the transgender chef, right?
Well, I mean, I'm quite for certain there are recipes out there that will do what we're talking about. It's just, well, I'd have to go find them.
You have me thinking here, man.
I do think it's interesting that they, like, usually it's assumed that if you're going to put marijuana in something, it's going to be a dessert.
Hey, how do you like it? All right. I love it.
Well, olive oil?
No, I see marijuana infused Thanksgiving gravy from the Texas Weed Syndicate, cannabis
Huh.
infused turkey gravy from Canadish, double N, so I guess cannabis dish, cannabis gravy from LA Cannabis Reviews. So I guess it's out there. Yeah, definitely.
Well, I still have a tiny smidgen of gravy left. I mean, I could adulterate it in some fashion.
There you go, there you go. Now it's
Well,
interesting that the cannabis infused gravy, the picture that goes along with it, has a branch of rosemary in there. I guess they didn't want to risk taking a picture of a pot bud, right?
well,
Um,
I gotta tell you, I could not identify the taste of what was it you said?
Rosemary?
Rosemary. Rosemary. Yeah, I could not identify the flavor of it.
Rosemary's an evergreen. It's vaguely juniperish, so it's almost very, 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 very reminiscent of gin.
Yeah, I would hate it. Well, I
Well,
would.
I don't know. Is there anything that you do like?
Well, yeah. Just not anything that tastes like that.
Oh, what?
What? It's gross. It's bitter and nasty and astringent and ew. Oh, it
Oh
is.
my. Well, Colleen, what I've got to do is between now and the week of Christmas, I've got to do some Christmas recipes. So I'm gonna have to put that stuff out and see what we can do. Um,
Oh, there it is. So I was looking for something that is right here now.
it's so difficult because um, it's the way I eat anymore. I mean, when I cook something, I've got to eat it. I'd hate to
No, you
just
don't.
set it to waste. Um, and between keeping it down and the sheer volume of cooking, it's
Well, have you considered making less?
well, sometimes it's extremely hard. Sometimes the recipes don't scale all that well. Um,
Well,
I'm going to try to scale a chicken paprikash recipe, for example. We'll see if that works.
well, there are websites just dedicated to making meals for one.
Mm-hmm. And this is one of the
So
things
go
that
looking for chicken paprikash for one.
this is one of the things I'd like to do if I could is figure out how to scale and do a series of recipes for one. Uh, and then of course, with all the experimenting, to get the stuff right and everything, there's food all over the place. And when I say you've got to eat it, it's I know you could throw it away or give it away or whatever, but
Hmm.
you kind of hate to do that. So like especially now when it's so hard to keep stuff down. Um, oh well, what are you gonna
Maybe
do?
you're just eating the wrong stuff.
I don't know. Maybe I'll just keep my mouth shut. Uh,
Well, no, I mean, I hear about your diet, and I'm like, I'm surprised that hasn't killed you already. And it's not even necessarily that you're eating crap; you're just eating too much of it at once.
oh well, that too. I mean, well, that has changed over
Hmm.
the last year. Well, I guess that's how I lost 40 pounds.
Well, you should really get rid of 40 pounds because if you lose something, you might find it again.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And you really don't want to do that. Let me tell you. Um,
Hmm.
but it's amazing how nice it is to see the other side of 200.
Hey, hey, hey. Will you two stop fighting? Sorry, I had to be a mom for a second. Move it, you.
Oh, but mom. No, it's really great to step on that scale and see something that begins with a one. Uh,
Right, but it probably shouldn't be thousand, should it?
no, definitely not. Definitely not.
I will never quite. I mean, I'm not going to run down anybody's fetishes, but I'll never quite understand those couples where it's like the thin, weedy guy who's like 6'5" and looks like a toothpick, who's with that one woman who's about 800 pounds and can't leave bed.
Uh huh.
Those couples weird me out. What? Why?
Jack
I don't
spread.
get the appeal. But mind you, like I said, I'm not running down anyone's fetishes. If that's what you're into, that's what you're into. I just don't get it.
Hmm. I do not do getting.
Oh, who's my little
But
Columbia?
I guess it's been around. I mean, Jack Sprat could eat no fat. His wife could eat no lean.
Hmm. I do find it interesting that they necessarily assume that the woman is going to be the chubster.
Well, I think they had to do that because of the rhyme.
Jane Spratt could eat no fat. Her husband could eat no lean.
I don't know.
I mean, it does transpose well enough,
Okay, yeah, give that a shot.
but
All
I,
right.
I just find it odd. I don't know if there's anything behind that or what, but
Am I not to knowing?
uh,
Not to knowing at all. Well, there's not very much that I know.
we know.
I speculate a lot, but as far as knowing something, yes, yes, indeed, Kitty. Our crumb was a little strange anyway, but oh my
See,
word.
I know that name. I know nothing else.
Um, okay, the that keep on trucking thing with Mr. Natural, and let me see if I can find it really quick.
Okay, hold on. Before you go looking, when is this from?
60s, late 60s.
Yeah, never mind. I won't grok.
Uh,
I mean, like most of what I know about the '60s is music.
I'm reasonably sure, however, that you've seen some of the Keep on Truckin', because
Well,
it's around even today.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I've seen like bumper stickers or something that say that, but
Okay, yeah, we'll pull this up really
oh,
quickly. It's
is this the one with the weird ass looking cartoon dude?
yeah,
Hmm. I'll be honest. I thought that was something else.
yeah, that stuff.
Hmm.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
our crumb
I.
drew that.
And I'll be honest. If I saw that, my first thought would have been '70s.
I think it did bleed into the 70s.
Well, okay, hold on. There's apparently a song called that by some dude named Eddie Kendricks, and it's from 1973.
Okay then.
Apparently, it's Motown. It was his first major hit as a solo artist, coming 2 years after his departure from the Temptations.
Okay then.
Let's see. I don't know if it has anything at all to do with this R. Crumb fellow. I'm assuming this R. Crumb is like the artist that made
Yes,
that stuff.
yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Trying to think because I know the Temptations, but I don't know if they're who I think they are in terms of song. I mean, let me see. Because I do like that sort of older music sometimes, the kind of stuff you could expect to hear in Stand By Me or American Graffiti, that kind of stuff. Um, nope. Apparently, if I do, I don't have them on my phone. Are you still there?
Um, I'm not all there, but
Are you still present? Well, I'm not a gift to anybody.
there you go, there you go. Beat me to it.
Um, well, come on. That was the most obvious joke.
Of course.
I'm
Oh
just
my,
saying.
oh my. Yeah, well, I mean, that was, I hate to say it, but that was his mistake. Yeah.
Huh?
Um, Crumb was bitter about the
Oh,
whole keep
child.
on trucking thing because he sold it for next to nothing. Um,
Hmm. You know, I sometimes wonder about that with regard to the folks who started YouTube. Are they
okay.
ever kicking themselves for selling it?
It's hard to say because, okay, let's say you start something
Hmm.
and then you sell it and it
Hmm.
becomes a big hit.
Uh-huh.
Would it necessarily have become a big hit in your hands? Or would you have had whatever it took whatever funding it took or whatever to develop that. And
Well,
if you would not have had it, it would have stayed small. That sort of thing.
well, the thing is that, I mean, people were using YouTube left and right. It was already kind of a hit. And there's a lot of folks from those days who miss the old format. So, I mean, I think they could have made it work unless they were having some sort of lack of funds and that's why they needed to sell it. But I can't imagine they would. It's like, because I mean, YouTube was insanely popular long before Google.
Mm.
So I find myself wondering, like, are they ever kicking themselves going, man, that was a mistake? Sure, I have $30 million or however much it was sold for, but I could have had billions if I'd just stuck with it, you know?
Difficult to say, really.
Mm-hmm.
Moo. But yeah,
Beef?
yeah, there you go. Whenever I see the keep on trucking thing, what comes to my mind is Jerry Garcia and um, what the fuck was that group's name? Grateful Dead.
Hmm. So, I mean, what is that supposed to mean anyway? Keep on trucking. Is it just have confidence, you'll make it, baby, kind of thing? Or is it something else?
I guess it's more or less don't give up. Yeah, just keep on going.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping there was something else to it. I mean, not everybody trucks.
Yeah, true, true, true. Um, yeah, I asked to see if there is the. No, I guess not. Okay, so much for that. At least I kept that one under my hat for a while.
Huh?
Yeah, the keep going, you can do it, definitely, Colleen. Um, well, I was trying to remember if there was anything about a Grand Truck, but no, that's Grand Turk.
Thought it was Grand Funk.
Oh my, the railroad. Yeah, I remember them.
Oh my gosh, I still have Cyberpunk character sheets. Holy shit. Sorry, I was looking for something on my desk, and I guess this fell out of the game manual from the 90s, and wow. Okay.
Oh my, and then yeah, a little higher up on the side chat here, Amiga says, Barr finds no fraud that could have affected the election. And that's amazing when I look at that because, I mean, it's Barr saying that of all damn people. And I can imagine that the orange piece of shit is not at all happy with any of that.
Well,
Oh my.
and maybe I'm misremembering which one Bar is, but am I the only one who thinks he kind of looks like a potato?
Let's see. No, he does kind of look like a potato, and he's the AG. He's the Attorney General.
So I know that part. I'm trying to remember if I remember what he looks. Yeah, that's this guy I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, wow, that's got to be an embarrassing expression to have on the internet.
Oops.
Hold on. Yeah. But he totally looks like a potato.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that there are certain people in government right now where they could be radically different from each other, but I still mix them up. Like Chuck Schumer and what the fuck's his name? Like Trump's right hand man, McConnell, Mitch McConnell.
Oh,
Like they
okay.
don't even really look similar, but I keep mixing up which one's which.
Now I'm seeing a little bit of McConnell in this picture of Barr. I guess
Hmm.
it's
Well,
the lips curled back over where the teeth should be.
well, that and the turkey waddle, the
Yeah.
the fifth chin.
Yep.
But actually, it's funny. In some of these, he kind of looks like if Leonard Hofstadter gained a fuck ton of weight, he'd look like this.
Okay.
You don't know who
I
Leonard
don't know who
Hofstadter
Leonard
is.
Hofstadter is now.
Okay. He's one of the main characters, arguably the main character of The Big Bang Theory.
Okay then.
Like, okay, take a look at Bar, look at the image, and then bam,
Alrighty then.
that's Leonard Hofstadter. And you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah, you speak about the turtle. I really do hope that things go well in Georgia. Kitty.
Yep.
Hi, Columbia.
But
Yeah, I do hope that things go well in.
is that tonic stuff?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So,
I would like to see the Turtles' hold on the Senate broken.
what? Say that again?
I,
Like repeat it verbatim?
I would like to see the Turtles' hold on the Senate broken.
Oh, I missed the possessive. I thought you said you wanted to see the turtle hole break the Senate.
Okay, okay.
I was like, the fuck? So without that one little syllable,
Yeah, everything
I went down a weird mental rabbit hole of what you could possibly have meant.
everything falls apart without that little particle or whatever you want to call it. Yep. Um. Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
it's true.
the kitty.
Roseanne. He looked radically different when he was on Roseanne, but he was definitely on Roseanne.
Oh
Well, I mean,
my.
it was also a different time. It was like decades ago, you know? So, number
Many
one,
moons.
he looked younger and let's face it, a little bit thinner. And he didn't have the glasses, if I remember right. Oh my gosh, that's like such an embarrassing photo. Look at that hair. Oh shit. So a window. Da, da, da.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, that's so terrible. The funny part though is that on Roseanne, like there he is with oh, why can't I remember her name? Because my brain is barfing up my Bialik's name, and that's not her. But these two on Roseanne ended up hooking up briefly in The Big Bang Theory as well.
All
like same
right.
actors, different characters, but yeah.
Moo.
So, bam. See, the thing is, I'm remembering the character name. Her name is Leslie Winkle on the show, but I'm so blanking on the actress.
No help. None at all.
So,
Oh, Sarah Gilbert.
There you go. Of the female characters on The Big Bang Theory, her character was by far my favorite, which sucks because she was in like 5 episodes. But I thought she was the best. She was like she was snarky in exactly the right ways, and she knew how to take the piss out of Sheldon. And yeah, I I thought she was great. You've probably never seen The Big Bang Theory. You probably wouldn't even like it. But
I saw Big Bang Theory and kind of did like it around 2012.
Oh, actually, now I think about it, yeah, you probably would dig on all the science jokes. I was digging on the sci-fi jokes.
The friend of whom I've spoken, Deb, introduced me to the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Okay.
moo.
Well, I really enjoy it. I've watched the series through at least 4 times. Most of those during the pandemic. Well, I mean, what's funny about that is part of me was worried for a little while, where I was like, am I watching the same shows over and over too many times? And then I looked it up, And it turns out that's actually really healthy. It turns out that in times of crisis, like, say, a pandemic, it can be like old friends,
Yes.
you know,
Yeah.
or warm security blanket or something that like you're watching the show and it makes you feel safe and comfortable and in a familiar place and stuff. So the fact that I've watched The Big Bang Theory and How I Met Your Mother like 1,000 times through each in the last year is not as insane as I was worried it might be.
There are a couple of YouTube channels that I'll do that with.
I think I know what one of them is.
Okay. I'll
And I'm
bet.
also hoping one of them might be mine.
You know, I haven't had yours on in a little while. I have to bring yours on again. Thank you.
Well, actually, I haven't posted anything in a while. Like I said, I'm waiting on music.
Yeah, because I do miss your new stuff. Miss your stuff when it is new.
Hmm.
And yeah, I mean, there's Aaron Ross channel that I'll watch a whole shitload of, and there's the channel called Gray Still Plays.
I've heard of that. I don't remember what it is, though. Is it video games?
Yes,
I can't imagine. It's hard to picture you watching a video game channel.
it's the way Gray does it. He does everything you're not supposed to do, and
Okay.
takes things to hilarious extremes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, somebody like Markiplier, I don't necessarily watch because I don't find it as interesting as the stuff that Gray does.
Okay.
I'm sitting there laughing like hell with the stuff
Hmm.
that Gray does. Um,
Well, I mean, there are some wacky things you can do in video games.
hmm Especially things like he has um, the uh, the solar system simulator,
Oh,
whatever
that,
that's
yeah.
called, and he does things like a grain of sand at 30,000 times the speed of light, hitting the Earth, and all these other really strange things. Um,
Hmm.
and
I have thought about doing something with The Sims like that. Put a character into a room, remove all the doors.
oh, Gray does stuff like that. Yes, uh huh.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious, or at least I think it is. Um, so yeah, I can be somewhat surprising with some of the things I do like.
I'm interested to see some of the things you can do in Cyberpunk 2077 because they apparently have a lot of things you can do. Hell, you can find some rando on the street and try to seduce them and have a one night stand.
Okay, okay.
Well, I mean, okay. When you're designing your character, the look of your character more than the attributes or the stats, they have so many appearance options, beards, eyes, noses, eyebrows, everything, you know. But you can also design your character's nipples and how their junk looks.
Okay, okay. Sounds like fun.
Yeah, they put that in there, and I'm not really sure why. Um, I do remember that they sparked a double wide buttload of controversy among religious groups when they said, okay, the main character doesn't have gender anymore. You just do whatever the hell you like, and we'll call you V.
All right.
So it's like you can, if you want to, pick the female body and the masculine voice.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you can put a schlong on the female body, though.
Hmm. Well, there are places you can do that, I'm sure.
I mean, in the game, silly.
Oh, well, that too.
Yeah, but I mean, there are a lot of things you can do. I am dying to play with the character generator. They've shown us so little footage of it, and I keep wanting to design a character. I love just building characters in these games, even if I never play the character. However, this game is being released on December 10th. Mind you, December 10th in Poland, it'll still be the 9th here, but whatever. December 10th, 1 year to the day that Marie Fredriksson from Roxette died. I have
Oh
every
my.
intention of making my Cyberpunk 2077 character look as close to Marie Fredriksson as I possibly can.
Okay then.
Well, it seems a fitting tribute. You know, game comes out on her death day. What are you going to do?
Hmm. I don't know though. It's you just really lucked out with the month of December, didn't you?
Oh, gosh. Okay, let's see. What do we got? We got birthday, Christmas, Hitchens dying, Marie Fredriksson dying. Yeah, December sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and of course, being alone on New Year's.
Moo.
Oh, hush you. Okay, fine. I'll be with you and your brother on New Year's.
There you go.
Silly kitty.
My. Well, at least you don't have to duck below the windowsills, right?
What?
Oh yeah. The places I've lived over the last 20 years at least are famous for small arms fire on New Year's Eve.
Oh, yeah, I needed that context before I could have given you an answer.
Okay.
I mean, I, I don't live in a high crime area, and even if I did, I'm not too terribly far from a police station and a fire station. So,
Yeah, it's whatever it is that they just absolutely love firing their weapons. Um, I don't know what it's supposed to do.
well, I mean, are they actually shooting at things, or are they just doing like some 21 gun salute up in the air?
My thing is, for the most part, they're going up into the air, or at least not anybody in particular. I mean,
Mm.
I've had a window broken by a projectile coming out of the barrel of a weapon. That was fun, a whole bunch of fun. That
But,
that was the last
I
place I lived.
Ah, well, I seem to remember this whole thing where people were going, yeah, it might be fun to shoot your guns up in the air, but those bullets do eventually come down, you
Yes, they
know.
do. Yes, they do. And not
And it's like,
not
I
everybody
mean,
is
maybe they don't fall with as much force as they are shot out of the gun, but I can't imagine it's comfortable being hit by one.
not comfortable at all, as far as I understand. And these people are not always very good at firing them up into the air either.
Oh,
Many times the trajectories are not exactly up, and
hmm
they do have a significant component of out. Um,
well, there's this one thing. There's like in How I Met Your Mother. There's a wedding. It's sort of near the end, and the groom is because I don't want to spoil it if you haven't seen it, and you should totally watch it. The groom says, "Yes, we're gonna like when we leave the church, we're gonna release a bunch of doves into the air." And the bride is like, "My relatives are from rural Canada, and they're gonna be firing their guns into the air, so maybe not so much with the doves."
oops.
Yeah.
Oh, Purple says, yeah,
Yeah.
Mythbusters did a piece on it. Someone half a mile away could be killed by a bullet fired up into the air. Yeah,
Oh, so their answer was yes and not no?
yeah, their answer was yes, somebody could die.
Huh. I
Oh,
wonder
yeah,
if it matters like the caliber of the gun. Like how injured would you be from a 22 versus say a 9 mil?
I thought in my head here, for whatever it is useful, would be the the difference would be more in what the wound looks like. I'm thinking that the person would be just as dead either way.
Depends where they get hit, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, I suppose that if you're lucky enough to have the bullet crash into your shin, you're not necessarily going to die either way. Um, but say a something hitting your head or your chest somehow, yeah, either way is not going to be very conducive to continuing to live.
Yeah, I'd kind of rather nothing hit me in the chest because, bits of that is sensitive.
Okay, Purple mentions yes, the caliber did matter. Mostly a heavier slug gets more momentum coming down.
Huh. Well, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Maybe it's just me, but I understand what the term terminal velocity is trying to say, but it still sounds kind of like you're getting killed by it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, that's why you're bitching. It's 15 minutes to dinner. Silly
Oh
kid.
my, oh my, oh
And
my.
here I
There is
thought you
that.
were next to me because you love me.
Yeah, well, nice to have your
Okay,
ego
there's
deflated like that, isn't it? What do
look at
we have?
Xander. He's all
Oh
twisted.
my.
He loves to lie like that. He's just like this yoga kitty.
Yay.
Oh, who's my little Columbia? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Hmm. It's weird. I don't know if it develops over time or what, but Xander's purr is nigh inaudible. Like you can put your head up against him and hear it, but you can't hear it otherwise.
Okay, okay. The little one over here, she varies. I mean, sometimes you've got to be using her as a pillow to know that she's purring, and then every now and then you can hear her from a foot and a half away or something like that.
One thing I'm a little bit worried about, Columbia has this schmutz on her nose that might be a scab, but I can't tell. And like I don't want to pick at it like it's dirt, because if it's a scab, that would be like bad. But I'm worried about it.
Moo, I can imagine. How,
It's not red. It's actually like a kind of black color, but here, Columbia, look at it. See that? Right on her snout there?
oh yes, okay. And
I don't know
that's
what that is.
that's not something that's been there throughout the existence of the Columbia, right?
No, that is fairly new, but it's been there for like a week or two at least.
I
And
don't
I
know.
really do hope it's just schmutz. The thing is, it's changed shape a couple of times. Like there used to be a second, much smaller one next to it, and now it's not, and there's no sign of a wound. So I don't know what it is.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I guess is to keep the eye on it, and well, I suppose it would look a little funny with all those eyes on it. But besides that,
Also,
oh,
I just like saying schmutz.
there you go. Purple mentions try cleaning her face with a soft, warm, damp cloth.
And wearing leather gloves while I do it.
I
Yes.
wondered if that was going to be the case. Yeah.
Columbia is not one to enjoy personal grooming or maintenance. She never has been. I mean, unless she's applying it herself.
Okay then.
Yes, usually a lingual application of cleansing.
Yes.
Hmm. Oh, little kitty.
Meow, meow,
Oh,
meow, meow.
she takes like, hey, no biting. I know that's a love bite, but no biting. Ah well.
Moo.
I have figured out, and I don't know if I mentioned this like last time or not, but I think I've figured out what's been going on with them and their food bowls. Because for a while, I would catch Columbia at Xander's food bowl, and sometimes he'd also be at hers. And the impression that I got eventually was that Columbia likes the wet food and Xander likes the kibble. So they'd swap over when they like when Columbia was done with the wet food, she'd go to Xander and get the wet food from him, and he'd go to her bowl and get the kibble from her. And so what I've started doing was mashing the wet food up as much as I could while it has kibble in it. Kind of like, when you want your cat to eat a pill, so you stick it in their
Yeah.
food,
Mm-hmm.
and it does seem to be working, kinda, but it's not 100%. An
I
oven mitt that went up to your elbow. That sounds actually really handy because I have noticed it's easier to hold on to a cat with like an arm underneath them a little bit.
Yep.
So, yeah, that could be super useful. It's a shame you had to make it. If there was somewhere I could buy one.
I don't know.
Still,
It kind of vaguely reminds me of gloves you might wear for, say, welding or something like that.
hmm. Well, gloves someone who welds might wear. Anyway, I was actually having a talk with someone on Facebook about arts and crafts, I guess. I forget exactly how it came up. I think it was actually in the context of that masks discussion. But oh, no, 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 no. It was because I was trying to hook up my stereo and I have way too many input sources and not enough, or sorry, too many output sources, not enough input jacks,
Okay,
right?
then.
And so I was trying to find some sort of like hub or mixer or something where I could take like 4 or 5 different audio sources and send them all to the same set of speakers,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And so what came up was someone had made one of those themselves with like parts from Radio Shack or something. And like I was going, yeah, the reason I do CGI is because I'm not good at arts and crafts. I need the luxury of an undo button and a save feature. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And then he started talking about soldering. You're making things worse, dude. I mean, I'm no good with like a sewing machine. You want to hand me something that's like that hot? Forget about it, dude. So yeah.
Oh my. I
Mm.
haven't done any of that in ages. Used to love working with breadboards.
Mm.
Um, but
Yeah. I don't know. Like one thing I really want to do is some cyberpunk cosplay. Now I did something simple in high school where I actually shaved down one side of my head, took a circuit board that had a phone jack on it, and used liquid latex to stick it onto the side of my head, and then had the wire from the phone jack going down to a computer keyboard that was strapped to my leg. And so it was basically like a Decker jacked into the Matrix, right?
okay.
Um, I want to make something more elaborate where the cyber jack on my head maybe lights up or something.
Ah, definite moo.
Yeah. Well, there's actually some I forget who sent me to this site called CyberDog, but there's this light up thing. Let me say I hope I can find it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, let me get some pictures so I can show it easily, or I could just share the page.
You could. You could.
Present now. I'll winder this bad boy and go. Something like this, but in a homemade.
Alrighty then.
You know, I mean that's not what I did when I made my cyberdeck costume, but still.
A little on the expensive side for my pocket, but what are you gonna
Well,
do?
well, that's why I want to make my own. But the problem is that I don't have the electronic skills, do I?
Moo. I suppose one
So
would need some specialized parts of majiggers as well.
I'm not. really sure. I was just thinking about something like having little LEDs lighting up. That's all.
Okay then.
Like nothing super complicated. I don't want to actually jack into the internet. I mean, I do want to, but no, that's not the purpose of the costume.
Right.
Oh, where's my little kitty? And it's 7 minutes until feeding time.
Moo. I
But
can,
she's still looking at me. She's giving me this angry look like now.
I can
Now.
hear the kittens counting down.
Mm, right.
Sounding
T
like
minus
Jack King, F.
T minus Kate 6 7.
There you go.
I almost said Kate 675 309, like 8675309. The 80s
That
song.
one, yes.
But yeah, I meant to say Kate 7 6, like I'm counting down.
Moo.
Hmm.
Yeah, it purples as many people check into the internet. It's called Pornhub.
Yeah. Ew. Now, okay. I want some consensus here, people. Um, if you agree with what I'm about to say, put an H in the chat. Okay. Um, when women masturbate, it's called jilling off,
Oh,
as opposed
yeah.
to jacking
Yeah,
off.
absolutely.
So if you agree with that, put an H in the chat. Let's see what people think. And if not, tell us what you think. Like, is there a unisex version of how to wank? I don't know. I mean, hey, buddy, shut up. I love you and I love you to death, which is imminent if you don't stop meowing. Actually, like, I forget if it was last night or 2 nights ago, I woke up and like Columbia was lying next to me. Her eyes were open and it looked like she wasn't breathing. And it turns out she was just breathing really slowly. But I ended up like thwacking her on her side to make sure that she was like alive.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can remember the days when I would do that with a very real concern. When Miranda was getting up in years, um, checking to make sure she was still breathing. And
Well, I mean, Columbia's like what, 14, 15 now? I mean,
mm-hmm.
so
Yeah, my Miranda
I,
died
I
at 15.
mm, to what the Lone Wanderer just said, you know, I've heard a lot of expression. My favorite has to be when the Muslims call it ringing the devil's doorbell, right?
Okay,
And I was
yeah.
thinking like an all lesbian band called the Devil's Doorbell would kick so much butt, you know?
Indeed, he does. Or as they say in the old country, they say "taprajnie."
They don't say that.
As soon as they get to the old country, they will.
Nuh-uh. I mean, well, okay, let's put it this way. Unless they're starting a brewery, I doubt they'll be saying it.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. That's something I haven't tried. I have a couple of friends who have tried brewing their own beer with
Mm.
various degrees of failure. And I might like to try that, but I don't think I could get away with it here.
I
Um,
seem to vaguely recall Aaron Ross saying he was brewing his own beer. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else, but I swear he said someone.
I don't know. I can't remember.
I might be thinking of Neil, though. The thing is, like, the stream I was in had a whole bunch of guys where, sure, they look different from each other, but they all had long hair and beards.
Okay then.
So it's hard to keep track of which one said what.
Yeah. Okay.
Really? Yes,
2 minutes to go, honey. 2 minutes.
Oh my gosh, Xander, what on earth? Are you trying to stretch to make more room?
Oh, to the thing on for to into by for to date. Oh, look on for to the kitty. What the hell, man? If I could do that, I wouldn't leave the house. Well, I don't leave the house anyway, but that's beside the
Uh,
point. I got to
Because
see
I have to wonder how many like contortionists have basically engaged in some sort of autoerotic lingual touching. I don't know.
more than one, I
How do people
suppose.
suck themselves off? I wonder.
Oh man, we've got a little something here on the National Weather Service. The weather.com. We now know how mystery Utah monolith disappeared. And then
Oh,
there's and another one, second mysterious sculpture pops up. Um,
mm-hmm.
I haven't gone
They
looking
didn't know
at it.
how it disappeared.
Yeah,
So how did it disappear?
I don't know. I'm gonna try for the heck of it if we can here. Oh, good. Um, the mysterious metal monolith is still gone, but at least we now know how it was removed. The three-sided structure that was discovered earlier this month by Utah public safety workers was removed Friday night, according to the Federal Bureau of Land Management's Utah office. We received reports that a person or group removed it on the evening of 27 November, the office said in a Facebook post. On Monday, adventure photographer Ross Bernards shared on Instagram that he and three friends were at the site in southeastern Utah to photograph the shiny metal monolith when four men they didn't know approached it. You better have got your pictures, said one of the men, according to Bernard's post. Bernard said the men gave the monolith a big push. They left it leaning to one side and yelled to his friends that they didn't need tools. One of the other men said, "This is why you don't leave trash in the desert." The men rocked the structure a few more times and it fell over, according to Bernards. They quickly took it apart and carted it off in a wheelbarrow. "Leave no trace," one of the men said to Bernard's group. Um, okay, so
Hmm.
according to this guy, he had a group come there and just haul it away in the middle of the night.
So there's this thing that I've been seeing. I haven't actually clicked on the links, but apparently there's an object that's supposed to whiz past Earth today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and people think it might be like the Centaur upper stage rocket that went to go like have a look see at Mars.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's apparently going to make like two loops around Earth between now and March. But they don't know for certain that's what it is. They say that they're calling it 2020 SO, and they say it's likely
Aha.
not an asteroid. They think it might be a piece of space junk left over from like early NASA shit, but I don't know.
I see an article here from CNET. Um, how to see a mysterious object that might be space junk fly near Earth today. Today being 30th of November. Um, yeah, that's the photograph they're showing. Yeah, that's oh my word, that's a 1964 photograph, and it's not
Well, what
necessarily the same object, but it's the same type, I guess.
Well, it says right here on Forbes that they're saying okay, the Pan-STARRS 1 survey telescope on Maui has discovered an object that's headed for Earth's orbit. This isn't out of the ordinary, except that this object is apparently not an asteroid. In fact, it may even be man-made. After studying the new object, scientists concluded that it's not dense enough to be a solid object, which means it is probably hollow. This has led to the theory that the object might be the Centaur upper stage rocket booster that helped NASA's Surveyor 2 reach the moon in 1966. So, yeah. Says, oh, it's like, let's see. they noticed that the sun's radiation was changing the object's trajectory. This means that the object is most likely not an asteroid, as radiation from the sun would have a hard time pushing a solid object of this size. However, if the object were hollow, or if it just has a low density, then the effect of the radiation would be explained.
All right. Okay. So it's acting like a solar sail almost instead of gravitationally modified. Okay.
All right, I have to go feed the kitties. I will be back.
Yeah, it's. I'm looking over here from the CNET. There's a what's the word I'm looking for? A video that they've got going here, and boy, that's interesting that they have the thing not muted somehow. But oh well.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon.
Yeah, let's get that out of there. I'm looking for possible indications of its trajectory on the way over to Earth, and it's difficult for me to see. It's faint, so I don't know if it would do any good to share via the media or the mediums or the highs or the lows or whatever. No, we're not going to go into that, are we? Okay. Yeah, that's right. Purple. Yeah, Bubba. Bub brewed his own beer. Don't remember how good it was or anything, or him saying anything about that. What do I think of these monoliths? I'm thinking people are having fun. Yeah, I don't think anybody from Jupiter has dropped anything off or anything like that. So, what can I tell you? I have to think about this now. I am going to look on something here. Let's see. Wait a minute now.
You know, I actually had relatives who lived in Jupiter, Florida.
Okay. Da Proshnia.
Yeah. Ooh.
Okay.
So I've been I bought that 2 terabyte external drive, and I've been ripping things to it, like movies.
Okay, no, that's the interesting thing. When you think of ripping, you think of ripping off, but I guess you can rip too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm being terrible and horrible and stuff like that. Okay, one little thing
The
Mhm.
idea was that I love watching movies in virtual movie theaters, because you can basically in VR have your own IMAX theater, and so I'm ripping a bunch of stuff to the hard drive, to the external drive, so that I can plug it into the VR machine and watch. But it's going to take a while because I have about 700 discs, and I've done, let's see, like 15.
Okay, you got a little bit to go.
Oh, 20. I've done 20 of them now, and it just finished with But I'm a Cheerleader.
Okay.
You've never seen that, have you?
No.
You really should. It's excellent. It's very similar to the kind of stuff you might get out of John Waters, but the basic idea is there's this girl where everybody, and I mean everybody, thinks she's a lesbian. And she's like, I can't be a lesbian. I'm a cheerleader. But instead, they send her to like deconversion camp, basically, which ends up just being a place to hook up for all the gay kids.
All right.
And Like seriously, she discovers that she's a lesbian. She's like, holy shit, everyone was right. And I don't know, it's very funny. You got to see it.
Okay, then.
It takes the concept of those like gay re-education camps and turns it on its head hard. I'm just saying, it's like it's got Kathy Moriarty in it, and she does the like perfect sort of Christian fundamentalist thing, like just she does it perfectly, and it's hilarious. Plus, she is in so much denial about how gay her son is.
Alrighty. Yay.
Yeah. Oh, it's so worth it. It's hilariously funny.
I had a thought go through my head, and well, I discovered no, that's not the case. Um, 2001: A Space Odyssey was released 3 April 1968. So, okay, the monolith doesn't have anything to do with any anniversary. That
Nah,
actually
of
went
course.
through my head, and
Still, it does sound like a good prank. I just wish they'd pulled it off better.
hmm.
Try to decide what to rip next. I suppose I could just do them like in the order they are on the shelf, but I think I'm doing it based on which ones I most want to watch.
Okay.
Ah, Battle Angel Alita.
What was that? Battle Angel Lolita?
No, actually, technically, it's Alita Battle Angel because it's the James Cameron version, but
Oh, Alita. Okay. Perché siete perroda. Yes. No, I don't know what I just said. Really, I don't.
the fuck is it? You know, I own a copy. Where'd it go? Uh, hmm. I'm not holding it. That is a video game. Oh, there it is. Wow, that title is not very prominent, is it?
Okay.
Well, the thing is, like, you know, I'm gearing up for that cyberpunk game. Battle Angel Alita, sorry, Alita Battle Angel. Battle Angel Alita was the name of the anime it's based on. I'm just gonna fucking say that. Is so cyberpunk you have no idea.
You're correct. I have no idea.
Well, let's put it this way: the main character, like, only her head is not bionic.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying this is how like cybered up a lot of the characters are.
Wow.
Yeah, it's actually a really fun movie. I was impressed by it. The funny thing is, I'd forgotten I'd seen the anime it was based on, and so like when I was watching it, I was going, "This is weirdly familiar," but I've enjoyed a lot of Cyberpunk. But then you get to the last like 10 minutes, and I go, "I've seen this before in a completely different form, but I've seen this before." It was weird. It was this like not quite deja vu moment of watching a scene I'd seen before, but it didn't look like that because it wasn't live action.
Hmm. Now there's an interesting film for you. Joker for $4. I don't think I've ever seen that title.
I'm pretty sure that's not what's being said.
Oh.
I actually haven't seen Joker. I'm it's like, is Joker streaming somewhere?
Dice
Because I don't want to have to buy
Melotonoy.
it.
Yes, I don't know. No. I
I
don't know
do want
these
to see
things.
it. I do want to see it. I just don't know. Like, oh well. Actually, it looks really cheap. It's like $6 on Amazon. It's like $10 if you want it on Prime Video. You should always pay less for streaming.
Okay.
Well, okay, it's weird because like there have been a couple of times where it's like I want a certain movie, and the DVD of that movie is really fucking expensive. However, I can get that movie and 3 others in a multi-pack for cheaper.
Yeah, there you are.
So, I mean, you know. But okay, so it's not streaming on Prime Video. Let's have a look at the Hulus. Joker. Nah, you can only watch it with the HBO Max add-on. Fuck you. All right, time to check the Nerd Flocks. Although I'm worried about checking Netflix because sometimes browsing Netflix makes my computer reboot for some reason.
Oops.
I know, right? It is not streaming on the Nerd Flocks either. Damn it. I'm not sure what the first manga I ever bought was. I am pretty sure I could figure out the first one I ever read, but I don't know the first one I ever bought. I don't know. The first one I read was not something I wish I'd ever read, actually. It was, had a terrible, terrible, terrible ending. Like, as in, scarred for life kind of ending because I read it when my age was in the single digits.
Oops.
Yeah. It's called Barefoot Gen. And it's basically this kid in Tokyo during World War II. Or no, sorry, not Tokyo. Where the fuck was it? I am so blanking. Hiroshima. That's it. You know, and they like it's mostly him and his family and they're playing and stuff. And then of course at the end they drop the fucking bomb and half his family burns alive in front of his eyes while his mom is delivering the unborn daughter. It's just like, what the fuck? This turned into a weapons grade dumpster fire in the last chapter. So but that was definitely the first manga I ever read.
Okay, so I guess it's based on the author's own experiences.
I don't know. I just know that it's not the kind of thing you hand someone who's like in fucking elementary school.
Thea Porano. Yeah,
I'm just saying.
according to the Font of All Knowledge, it's a Japanese war manga series by, was it Keiji Nakazawa? Loosely based on Nakazawa's own experiences as a Hiroshima survivor. Series begins in 1945 in and around Hiroshima, where the 6-year-old boy Gen Nakaoka lives with his family. Okay. And then after Hiroshima is destroyed, Gen and other survivors are left to deal with the aftermath.
I don't remember the Yakuza being part of it, but then again, I was too young to know what the fuck they were.
Okay, then.
Well, you know, I mean, you do know what they are.
What is the they again?
Yakuza.
I don't remember.
It's basically the Japanese mob.
Oh!
The mafia.
Okay. Moof beef.
Yeah. Oh gosh, apparently what I read is only the first paragraph in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraph plot summary. I guess it went much further than what I read, and I'm kind of glad I didn't see all of it. Or rather, read all of it. Yeah, Amiga nuts. I wasn't gonna say the Bible because it's not manga.
Oh no.
Although a manga version of the Bible, you know what? I bet someone's fucking done it. But man, that would be. Excuse me, man, that would be twisted.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh no. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, that's hilariously terrible. Oh my gosh. Hold on, I gotta share this.
uh-oh. Oh, for the love of sake, Gulick.
Wow. Oh, this is hilariously bad.
That is
Uh,
great. I like it.
so, okay, I was going through the frozen food section of the supermarket today, and I came across something that, I'll be honest, I thought it was a Klingon dish. Kreplach.
That sounds familiar.
Well, it says it's beef. Dumplings with meat filling is kreplach. But I could have sworn, I mean, like, I would have placed a lot of money that that was a Klingon dish. I mean, I know that, like, when they say basically yes or okay, that kind of thing, kapla, right? But that may be why I'm thinking kreplach. But still, I would have bet money that that was Klingon if you'd just said it to me.
Oh my, and it's what I would have guessed, because I see a classic kreplach on kosher.com.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's from the area that I would have guessed it was from. But it looks interesting. Looks interesting enough to try.
Well, it does seem like the sort of thing that's up your alley, frankly.
I has to
I
look
mean,
on.
based on what you've said about like the kind of food you like, it looks like your kind of thing.
Yeah, let me look at the whatever they call that thing with the stuff in the thing. And okay, here we go. For the dough, 2.5 cups of flour, preferably unbleached. A pinch of salt, one large egg yolk, half a cup of water. For the filling, cup of ground beef, one small onion, and I hate these fucking windows that pop open.
Oh, those are so obnoxious. When I rule this earth, those will be punishable by torturous death. Prolonged torturous death.
Oh, this looks yummy and tasty, and it's so simple. Oh my word. Yeah, the filling is ground beef and onion with a little bit of black pepper and salt. Yeah,
Okay.
it's like a it looks like a kosher ravioli, basically.
Speaking of which, I am deathly starving. I'm gonna go make myself a sandwich. I'll be right back.
Da prozhnie. Oh my word. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give that one a try. Hey, there you go. Should I make that for Hanukkah? I could do it. Yeah, in a
Make a sandwich. You really just build one, don't you?
mm-hmm. Oh my.
Actually, I completely forgot to buy bread, so I'm using hamburger buns.
Okay.
I mean, that's cool because the turkey slices are round, but still.
This is wonderful. And
Hmm.
the little picking tour that they have over here.
Hmm.
It appears that these things are served up in a chicken broth,
Hmm.
and yeah, that looks yummy and tasty. It really does.
Well, in that case, you're welcome.
Yay, many much. Because what we got over on that thing, by four to the thing. which is onto the thing, by for into, and the onto. What am I talking
Hmm.
about? I have no idea. But there
They
you.
do look like kind of like ravioli or possibly gyoza, like
Okay,
steamed gyoza rather than fried.
yeah. Well, I guess pretty much everybody has their boiled dough filled pillows, if you will. I don't know of any cuisine that is known to Westerners that doesn't have one.
Hmm.
The Italians have ravioli. The uh, gyoza, is that Japanese or Chinese?
Japanese. I'm not
Japanese,
sure
yeah.
I know the Chinese word for it. That's probably why everyone just calls them pot stickers.
Okay then.
Hmm.
Um, and we, the hunkies, the Eastern Europeans, have the
Hmm.
God, I lost the word. I forget what we call them. Uh,
Okay.
I hate this. It's
Hmm.
something I grew up with and I've made and stuff, and I've lost the word. Am I succumbing to senility here or something or what?
Well, I mean, you've heard me lose my place in the middle of like a thought. My short term memory, it feels like it's getting worse. To be honest.
Mm-hmm. And no, it's not. It's not halushki. I know what halushki is, and oh well,
Hmm.
it'll come to me at the least opportune time. And what can I tell you?
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm.
oh my, there's something for you. I may actually have to try to make. If you can see what I'm pointing to here, the pobalki. I
What?
re- they're called pobalki. They are dough balls um, rolled in honey and poppy seed.
Hmm. And apparently yeast
Yes.
and sauerkraut.
Well, you can do that. Um, Babka didn't do that. They were served up as a sweet, in
Hmm.
my memory.
And without any cranky Germans.
There you are. There you are.
For a second, I thought that hadn't landed.
Oh my. Slovak potato dumplings, a whiskey dough recipe, all kinds of stuff like that. Um,
I have never been able to hear the word dumplings and not think of defecation.
oh my.
Well, so I posted something on Facebook and Twitter today about how the word dongle sounds like it's like slang for boy junk.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'd been thinking it for years, but I only just now said it. And apparently, everyone else was, well, duh. So, I don't know.
I guess the dong part of it. Yeah.
Hell, I'm Facebook friends with one or two celebrities, and one of them was the first one to comment.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. My mind rests at ease. Pirohi. Yeah.
Oh, I know those. I mean, like, not personally, but if someone had said that word, I would have gone, oh, those things.
Yeah, it's just it is so annoying when you can't come up with a word, you
Mm.
know. Yeah, the pierogi I've made have the sour cream in the dough, and that really, oh god, that makes them puff up and everything, and a little bit on the sweet side, but not too sweet, and you can fill
Oh,
them with all sorts of things.
sorry. He also liked my reply, I just discovered. The celebrity I'm talking about, Robbie Rist, he played Cousin Oliver on The Brady Bunch.
Moo.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. Hilarious, too.
Okay then, yay. Yeah, you guys are what, Facebook friends?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we were introduced by a mutual friend through the atheism community.
okay then.
I actually got a fair number of celebrities on my friends lists. A lot of them are just people I was introduced to by others. Precious few of them are folks that like we just sort of found each other and they decided they wanted to be my friend. But whatever.
Okay then.
Ooh, football. Oh, good. Hmm. Well, that's weird. Huh. Oh, well, that's not helpful, is it? So I'm looking at. I went down a weird rabbit hole looking at people I know on Facebook. Like, there's this one dude who has the same last name as a couple of comic book authors I like. Former husband and wife team. They're divorced now. And it turns out he knows my dad, but he's not related to the comic book people, apparently.
Oh, okay.
And I went down a bit of a rabbit hole.
Many much moo.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? That sandwich was exactly what I needed, apparently. Like, I've been feeling sort of a low grade awful for a while, and I thought for sure it was diet related. Apparently, I needed turkey sandwiches.
Okay then. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Yes, I do want to do that before the week is over. I want to make a turkey pot pie. I haven't made a turkey pot pie in ages.
Um, can you even get that where you are?
Well, not through legal channels or anything like that.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm willing to bet someone out there has indeed made a turkey pot pie.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm curious how that went. I mean, how does marijuana interact with tryptophan?
Couldn't tell you.
I
Never
know how
done it.
it interacts I know how it interacts with caffeine, but I don't know about tryptophan.
Moo. Oh. But the thing is, though, it's been a long time since I've made a pie, and I hope I have not lost my pie crust making touch.
Okay, brain just went somewhere it shouldn't have.
Mm.
Well, probably not where you think though. And like while you were saying what you were saying, my brain went, if she says touch, I'm totally gonna be hearing the touch from the Transformers movie in my head.
Oh, okay.
And you said touch. So
Hmm.
my brain went there.
Yeah, because if you make a nice flaky pie crust, it does have this habit of tearing. So yeah, the stuff that you buy in a box from the supermarket isn't quite as flaky as a real pie crust should be, but they are easier to work with. It's the thing. Homemade turkey pot pie, absolutely. Yum 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 yum.
Well, I mean, pot pies are okay, I guess. I don't necessarily seek them out, though.
Every now and then I have a taste for one,
Hmm.
and there's nothing like a homemade pot pie. That stuff you get at the grocery store, it's just not the same.
Well, the thing is, there's a lot of things you can buy at the grocery store that aren't the same, but some of them are better.
Sometimes, yes.
Yeah.
Oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my. And then I have some stuff that I didn't make for dinner on Thanksgiving, and then I'll just have to make it and film it while I'm doing it. And
Oh,
I have
merciful.
a bag of cranberries. I really should do something with those.
Sorry, I'm looking at something someone posted on Facebook. Apparently, the definition of rock has changed wildly to the point where Taylor Swift is counted in rock. She's pop if she's anything.
Oh, I'll tell you the funniest things. There were some of the discount store record racks and everything else that you go past, and really it looked like they had only one section called rock, and everything was in it.
Hmm.
You might find Mozart under rock. No, not quite that bad, but close enough.
Well, I've heard some rock and roll covers of that sort of thing,
Mm-hmm.
and some of them are really good. I wish I could play them here and now without copyright strikes. Because, like, seriously, what the Dropkick Murphys did with Scotland the Brave, actually, I think they did a decent job with maybe Amazing Grace, was it? Or possibly Bell's Canon. But they did, like, some amazing shit with it where I'm like, wow, you made this palatable.
Okay. Um, and of course, when I'm saying this, it brings to mind the talking trees. And is- have you seen? I think it was Twitterized, and somebody else did it. Somebody in lighting had this whole big lawn display with Christmas lights and everything else, and you tuned your radio to one end of the AM thing for the audio to go along with it, and you basically had two Christmas trees talking to each other, and
Uh,
then you had interludes of Mannheim Steamroller and all this other happy stuff, and yeah.
well, what I loved back in the '80s was when someone would put an audio cassette of death metal in a Teddy Ruxpin.
Oh no.
Ah, all right. What do I rip next? I'm saving TV shows for last because I don't know if I'll have room. Although there's a couple that'll probably go on there, like the Orville.
Moo.
Ah, The Wedding Singer, of course. Thing is, The Wedding Singer is actually my I'm depressed to fuck movie. I put it on; it never fails to cheer me up. Like, I absolutely adore this flick, but I haven't watched it in about 4 years.
Okay, so maybe it is time to watch it.
No, no, it's time to watch it when I want to kill myself. That's when it's time to watch it. Well, okay, maybe not that extreme, but still, my point is, I haven't been watching it for 4 years because I haven't been in such a bad place for that long.
Okay,
Like,
then.
I think part of it is just that I got out of Seattle, and so now the weather isn't kicking my ass, you know?
Okay, then.
Right. And so that's probably a large part of why I have not watched this movie since I moved. I used to watch it on a near constant basis, like as in multiple times a day sometimes.
Oops.
Well, I also did that with Tron, so grain of salt time.
Hmm.
So I did about one of those big things, a canned soup, you know, the ones that are like way larger than any of the like Campbell's chicken noodle. We're talking like hearty, chunky, whatever the fuck they call them. And it's like really thick, and I'm tempted to go make it, like to nuke it.
Okay. Sounds halfway reasonable. Um.
I'm so hungry with the thing. Oh, that's right, and it's a version I've never had before. I forgot about that.
Moo.
This is the chili mac version.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. How? What do you know?
Mm-hmm.
So that's.
I've never had this one before. I don't know if it's any good.
So it's not exactly a soup, but it's kind of a soup or something.
Well, I mean, as much as chili is kind of a soup, because but it is chili mac, mind you. Technically, chili doesn't have beans in it, although you can have chili con frijoles. So chili can have beans, but it doesn't naturally have beans. So calling this chili mac is a bit of a misnomer,
Oh, now
and
here,
I'm perfectly fine with it.
here I thought it was the other way around. Oh, I had thought that the beans, the frijoles, were standard in Chile, and it was the meat that you didn't have, and this is where you have the chili con carne. But no.
No, no.
Okay, I learned something new today.
I mean, like I say, it's okay to put them in, but it's not a requirement for it to be chili. That's all I'm saying.
Alrighty then, boy, it's been a long time since I've made a chili.
Mm,
I suppose I should think about doing that sometime, but you make a
hmm.
you make a pot of chili and it takes a while to eat that stuff.
Well, I'm seeing something here on Quora says that beans are what people eat because they don't have meat. So that's like yeah, because it says traditional real chili doesn't have beans. Beans are what people eat because they don't have meat.
Alrighty then. Move beef.
But then I'm looking at this one here. Someone else says I've never heard of not putting beans in chili. So,
Yeah,
but
that's
apparently it's very much a Texas thing that chili doesn't have beans in it.
okay then.
So no true Texan puts beans in their chili. It's the no true Texan argument.
Yeah, but it's been a good long time since I've had chili. And no, I don't count that stuff in the can from Hormel. No.
Hmm. I'm not sure I've ever actually had like chili at a restaurant or by someone who's like natively from Mexico or something. Because usually when I go to like a Mexican joint, I'm getting a burrito. But
Okay.
who knows? Maybe someday I'll get a bowl of chili.
I mean, I've had chili in El Paso, and it's
Hmm.
definitely not the kind of stuff you get off the supermarket shelf. Let me tell you. Um,
Yeah.
I haven't been in that. God, I haven't been in that neighborhood in a long time.
Yeah,
Long,
well,
long, long, long time.
hmm.
Yeah, because
It's funny. I'm looking on Wikipedia about chili. It only lists chili con carne. Like it doesn't just say straight up chili.
okay,
Well, I mean, because I mean, carne is meat,
right, right.
and I'm pretty sure you can have chili without meat.
Well, that's the way I would make it whenever I made it years ago.
Ah, here we go. Disputes over ingredients.
Oh, jeez.
Beans, a staple of Tex Mex cuisine, have been associated with chili as far back as the early 20th century. The question of whether beans belong in chili has long been a matter of contention among chili cooks. While it is generally accepted that the earliest chili did not include beans, proponents of their inclusion contend that chili with beans has a long enough history to be considered authentic. The Chili Appreciation Society International specified in 1999 that, among other things, cooks are forbidden to include beans in the preparation of chili for official competition, nor are they allowed to marinate any meats. Small red or pink common beans are commonly used for chili, as are black beans, black eyed peas, kidney beans, pinto beans, great northern beans, or navy beans. Most commercially prepared canned chili includes beans. Commercial chili prepared without beans is usually called chili no beans in the United States. Some U.S. manufacturers, I can speak, notably Bush Brothers and Company and Eden Organic, also sell canned pre-cooked beans without meat that are labeled chili beans. These beans are intended for consumers to add to a chili recipe and are often sold with spices added. There's also a big thing about tomatoes, but I don't care.
Moo. Oh man, yes, yeah. I'd start one of my chili recipes with 7 pounds of tomatoes and just take it from there.
The fuck am I looking at? Okay, I'm gonna have to present that. That's
Boof.
just where the hell is? There it is. Present now. A window. That bad boy and go.
Moo.
This is called a Frito pie.
Oh yeah, I've never had one. Excuse me, I've never had one, but I've seen the recipes therefore. Yeah, and someday I'll try one. I mean, I like Fritos, and including them in a chili recipe might not be a bad thing. I don't know.
So this is apparently a Coney Island hot dog or Coney dog, covered in chili. Apparently,
Yeah. Yum yum
I
yum
don't
yum
know.
yum
I'm
yum
not
yum yum
sure I've
yum.
ever been to Coney Island.
I have never. I have never been to Coney Island.
Oh wow, Coney Island diners look really freaking cool.
Move.
Well, here, let me. Da. I mean, it really looks like an authentic diner, like old school diner.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I'd totally eat there. That
Sure.
looks like a great place. It kind of reminds me of being on the East Coast, frankly.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
know, but I mean, I'm just saying, it's weird to me sometimes how, uh, like a place can be so associated with certain kinds of things that like I mean, because I look at we've had the discussion before about architecture in Vermont and New England. I look at that stuff and I'm going, wow, that's so different from here and in Seattle. And it like, I don't know, I'm just reminded is all. It gave a wave of nostalgia.
okay then. Yes.
So, anyway.
Andy's back. Hi, Harmonica Man. Yay. Now he wants a malt. Oh, God, I haven't had a real malt in, Jesus Christ, half a century.
I don't really understand the appeal. I'd rather just have a proper milkshake.
It is a flavor all its own. Um,
Hmm.
and it's a flavor I rather like. Um, I don't know that I can find a word to describe it though, other than malted.
Well, I mean, I've had them before. I wasn't impressed.
You got me thinking
I don't know.
about it.
Though, you know what I was reminded of more than anything? Eggnog.
Oh my. Um, I guess there are some similarities. Oh, okay. Malted
Well, I just
milk.
mean like in terms of texture, thickness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And according to the font of all knowledge, malted milk is a powdered gruel made from a mixture of malted barley, wheat flour, and evaporated whole milk. The powder is used to add its distinctive flavor to beverages and other foods, but it is also used in baking to help dough cook properly. Okay,
Mm.
wait a minute.
Well,
Malt powder comes in two forms: diastatic and non diastatic. Diastatic malt contains enzymes that break down starch and sugar. This is the form bakers add to bread dough to help the dough rise and create a certain crust. Non diastatic malt, on the other hand, has no active enzymes and is used primarily for flavor, mostly in beverages. It contains sugar, coloring agents, and other additives depending on the commercial preparation. Okay, I still want a malted milk. Oh man, yeah, I used to get those at the Woolworths lunch counter.
I'm trying to because there was a Woolworths in my old hometown. Don't remember them serving food, but they might have, and I just don't recall.
Okay, okay. Oh my, yeah, a lot of stuff is probably gone forever. Yeah, the lunch counter at Kresge's never could measure up to the Woolworths lunch counters. Yeah, I miss eating out, definitely. I love to eat out, and the thing is, most of the time
Mm.
I'd rather not leave the house, but you knew that.
That's why you get the hooker to come to your place so you can eat out.
There you go, there you go. I don't know, maybe in 2025, if I'm still around, I might be able to go somewhere and have a meal. Oh my. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I am indeed frightened that I'm never going to know anything close to normal again.
Well, normal is a moving target anyway, but
I mean, you can go to a restaurant and eat, at a table in the restaurant, and you can look at people's faces when you're talking to them, stuff like that.
Sorry, lots of people are wrong on the internet.
Oh, yes. Oh, man. All you can eat baby back ribs?
I'm not sure I've had ribs, but I don't know if they were baby back, and I wouldn't know how to make the distinction.
I don't know exactly how to describe. I can see the difference in my head. But describing it is something else again. Oh, fun, fun, fun. Ick.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you're talking about ribs and all you can eat, yeah, you don't want to let me anywhere near that if you want to not lose your shirt. I'd probably put on 5 pounds after a meal like that.
Oh, never mind. I misread. I thought someone said they would not accept any non binary person as trans, but apparently I read that wrong.
Okay.
Well, there's this big argument going on right now about Elliot Page, formerly Ellen Page, coming out as trans man.
Okay.
And like we got into this big conversation, no, a big argument where some dude was like, delusional, why would you support this? And well, the internet landed on them like a fucking anvil. So yeah.
Oh, yoy. I just don't understand why it cannot be that people could live and let live. I mean, it's, so you're cis. What's the big deal,
Yes, it's the dislike of anything that goes outside of your comfort zone where I start saying, yeah, no.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was after, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fundies just absolutely hate people like me. Or anything outside of their normal, as you say.
Well, I mean, that's that. I've been trying to find a way to perfect that, like perfect the arguments that I've been trying to make. And I think what it comes down to is basically my tagline from the end of my videos when I would say, don't run on automatic, think. And that's what they want to do. They want to run on automatic, where everything is exactly what it looks like, and there's no confusion. You'll never find yourself in an uncomfortable situation because you always know what the fuck everything is. And unfortunately for them, that's not the world we live in.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it's also unfortunately for us. I mean, whatever any of us may be that isn't exactly as they want it, we suffer for it. They make us suffer.
Because well, we're the ones like all of us LGBT folk out there are the ones
Yep.
making their world too weird for them.
That's exactly what I was after. Yep. Um, and why should it be? Can you just, I mean, if you don't like it that much, how about just not paying any attention to it? But I guess it doesn't work that way.
Well, I'm sure a lot of them are like, yeah, but what if I hook up with someone at a club and then we get, the whole trans panic thing.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I've used on these people, and of course they don't get it. Um, when Ken Ham goes on his tirades against trans folk, um, I will out and out ask them, look, are you afraid that you're going to be attracted to somebody like me? Or is it that you're afraid that you are somebody like me?
Does it matter? I mean, what it comes down to is they just want things to be the way they think they're supposed to be. I mean, that characterizes the right wing about as hard as you can possibly get. They
Moo.
have a vision for what the world should be, and they are unwilling to tolerate anyone who gets in the way of it. I mean, I have an idea of what the world should be. Darn right I do. But you know what? I recognize that there's people out there who don't agree with me and who are not affecting my life in any material fashion and therefore are none of my goddamn business, so they get to keep being weird without being harassed by me.
Yeah, and there's the important thing. It's the not affecting your life part. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I am affecting you, then okay, let's talk about it. Otherwise, it's what do you even have to say that makes any sense? Yeah. Or as they say, where I come from, da proshnya.
Mm-hmm. This place you come from, that would be Bellevue?
Yeah, pretty much. Ah, scheiße, scheiße, zu viel scheiße. I'm trying to remember. Is Bellevue still operating?
I don't know. It's just the only name of a mental institution I can think of.
uh, okay, let's see what we got over there on the thing. It's not the one I'm looking for. Could be that it. Could be that it's not. Okay then. Well, Bellevue Hospital still exists. I don't know if the asylum still exists. In this first paragraph from the Thought of All Knowledge, I can't tell if the asylum is still extant or not. Oh, well then. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Oh my. Man, we just clicked over 3 hours. How do you like that?
I don't know.
Still one of our shorter shows.
I'm, I'm not sure actually how much longer I'm gonna last.
Yeah, I know that you had said that you were thinking of calling it a day early. That's one of the reasons I mentioned, that we'd been around for 3 hours. I didn't know how worn out you were getting.
Well, I am tired. Like I said, I've been in kind of a weird place. Just I don't know. I don't want to say physically, maybe metabolically. I don't know.
I don't know. I wouldn't know what a non-weird place is, metabolically or physically or anything. So I couldn't help you out very much. Oh, okay. Our harmonica man says I thought it was where you look up a dress, Bellevue. Okay.
Hmm.
It is the foo-foo-ness and the fifiness. Mostly the foo-foo-ness. Oh my, oh my. Yeah, I'm looking at the box of water over there, and may have to do some clearing because God, that thing is so full of plantlets. But I'll tell you the one nice thing about it is it seems to be dissuading Sylvia ever so slightly from splashing around in there. So I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't clear it out. It's the thing is though that it's difficult for me to see where the fishies can swim. It's just getting totally loaded in there.
Hmm.
That greenish color that is all plant material.
Oh. So what, like algae cake to the sides or something?
No, it's stemmed plants. Um, it's difficult to
Oh,
see. It's difficult to see here in the corner, but there are many stems that are
well, I can
coming.
see the plants, but the water looks green too.
Oh yeah, there's some algae going in there. Yeah, and it's time for a water change.
You know? Everyone says algae. Where's this algae stuff coming from?
I don't know. I guess it's algae, fungi,
Fungi, actually. Ah,
and then
knocking
there's
stuff. Actually, I was knocking stuff over.
and then of course there's young guy bill collector plays every 7 o'clock daily at Jing Zing. I don't know. Anyway,
What?
it's from an old drug comedy album years and years ago.
Okay.
Yep.
Uh, hmm. No, I don't think I'll. Yeah, let's do. Where the? There's the Incredibles. We'll rip that next. Unfortunately, though, I only have Incredibles 2 on Blu ray, which, as I said before, I'm having trouble ripping. I'll have to see if I can find a good Blu ray ripping program online at some point.
Well, I don't know. Do you have to cut a little notch into it first to get it started?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, it's funny. You remember when people had those personal data assistants called Blackberries?
Oh, yes, yes.
Well, I remember like a friend of mine, she loved her fucking Blackberry. I thought it was weird. And then when Bluetooth came out, I'm like, what? Is that a natural like progression? Blackberries to Bluetooth? And it turns out Bluetooth is named for something else entirely, but it seemed reasonable enough at the time to make that guess.
Okay, then.
I'm just saying.
Yes.
I mean, it's funny how many times there are things like that where, I'll hear the name for something and I'll go, oh, is it related to this, that, or the other thing that sounds vaguely similar? And it turns out, no, it's from something wildly different. But
I have not had any luck at all with Bluetooth on any of my systems.
that's because you run Linux.
And that's why I made sure to state any of my systems. On the Linux systems, it's dicey as far as connecting. On the Windows systems, it doesn't connect at all.
What are you trying to connect?
The headphones that I'm wearing,
Oh,
they are Bluetooth capable as well as cabled.
so, but I mean, it plugs in with a Bluetooth dongle, though, right?
Um, yeah, it. I have the dongle here, and it plugs right in to the. Let's see if we can see how this is going here.
Well, it's not important. You're saying you have one, and it's in a USB port, I assume.
Yes.
Okay. Um, but it still doesn't work.
Right on the Windows, not at all.
How strange.
And then
Wait, wait a minute. 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 Have you tried booting up the Windows machine and then plugging it in after?
yes, that's the way I've been. That's the way I've been trying to do it. Yeah, I mean, one of these days I'll try again. Oh, the volume went down. Okay, we can to fix. We can to fix and for to use and what you call him. I don't know what you call him. Oh my boy, did it ever go down? Yeah, look at that, going down. There we are. That might work a little bit better. Yeah, and it's weird because when you say it's because I do this or I do that, it surprised me that on the Linux it was sporadic, and on the Windows not at all. I would have expected it to be the other way around. Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't like me. I'm a likable character. Really, I am. I think I'm nice. I try to be nice. I try to be kind to cats. What they got over there for this? What you say? Mage says Ajit Pai is on his way out. No
What?
idea what that is.
Hold on. That sounds.
Say,
Oh, that name sounds really familiar. But I'm also thinking of someone else, though, because I thought there was someone with that same first name, but a completely other surname that's like kind of prominent in the public consciousness.
hmm. Okay. Okay. A day ago, FCC Chairman Ajit Pai out, net neutrality back in. Okay. Okay. I guess this Ajit Pai is FCC Chairman.
Hmm. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. So when he's on his way out, you mean he's getting kicked out, not he's about to die?
Either getting kicked out or resigning of his own accord. One of the
Oh,
two.
but not the point. Not the point. The point is that when someone says some person is on their way out, my brain goes to, oh, what? They're like ill, or they're really old and they're gonna die soon. They're on their way out.
Moof
You know.
beef. Moof
So,
beef.
so no part of me thought of Office was where the out was.
Okay. Moo.
So that's where that was the source of my confusion, is what I'm saying. And he is not an attractive man by any stretch. I mean, like, there's nothing exactly wrong with him. He just has too much teeth when he smiles.
Okay.
It it
Oh.
it looks, it looks weirdly creepy. I don't know how. It's kind of like, when someone smiles and you see all of their gums and it's just creepy as fuck.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, he kind of looks like that, except he doesn't need the gums. I mean, when his mouth is closed, he looks much better. I know that's horrible to say, but there's people like that. It's kind of like, those pictures you get of Trump where he's like screaming into a microphone and he looks like a complete and total diaper baby.
Yeah, most of the time. Yep.
Well, I mean, he's never going to be a man I want to look at, but I'd much rather look at him when his trap is shut. You know
There
what I
you
mean?
are.
Like, if I
Yeah.
had to choose.
This is just something interesting I've seen here on the. I guess Pi put something up on Twitter 13 hours ago, and I didn't remember this coming up for being occurring, but an asteroid came within just 31,600 miles of Earth at 3:50 a.m. Today,
Hmm.
and I'm thinking,
Maybe that was the thing. The what do they call it, 2020 OS or whatever the fuck it was called.
um, I don't know, maybe
You have details? Does
doesn't
it describe
say
it?
doesn't say anything. Oh, it does have a link to a Newsweek article, and let's see here.
Oh, hey, wait. Something here. Herald Scotland. Mystery solved over asteroid in
Ah,
quotes, heading towards Earth. This says, 11 October. Oh, nah, it's the same thing. They're just saying it's probably that rocket booster
yes,
thing.
yeah. I was just reading down, and yeah, there it is. Yeah, move beef.
Eh, I wonder, like, if that did hit the atmosphere at a speed that it would not just bounce right off. Like, do you think it'd burn up in orbit, or do you think it would like impact somewhere and cause devastation?
If it is what I think it is, by their description of it, it would burn up before it hit the ground.
Hmm.
Because
I always wonder about that kind of thing.
yeah, it. What I remember of those early Centaurs is they were rather flimsy.
Hmm.
Where you had Skylab, which was actually the third stage of a Saturn V, enough of it made it to the ground, but that's because it was built a little more sturdily than these, 1964 vintage Centaurs,
Hmm.
and was a
Sorry,
lot
I
larger.
a rabbit hole. I'd heard of Skylab many times, but I'd never really looked into what it was. And um, like I knew it was a space station. I just like I guess part of the problem is that it stopped being used before I was born. Like about 2 years ish before I was born, little less.
About that, yeah.
So that didn't help. But even then, I was still hearing about Skylab. I never knew what happened to it, though. Did they crash it into the ocean or some shit, or did they find a way to bring it to Earth and stick it in a museum, or what?
No, it burned up in the atmosphere. It ended up in an uncontrolled reentry, and they just basically got lucky that it didn't fall on anybody's head.
Well, where
Um,
did it?
it fell in the Australian outback.
Oh,
Uh,
so it might have squashed a kangaroo or a wallaby.
Something like that. As it came into the atmosphere, it broke up. So you had a trail of pieces and parts going from southwest to northeast across the outback.
I wonder if anyone went out there and just sort of like started picking up souvenirs or some shit.
I guess you still can.
Well, I suppose that's possible too. But I mean, I wonder if anyone went out there and got something big and prominent, like where some like burned up, but you can still read it logo of Skylab on one side of the hull or whatever. So, something that makes you go, oh yeah, that's fucking Skylab right there, rather than like a small shard of metal that may or may not be, and no one would be able to tell you different. You know what I'm saying?
I think that um, some pieces like that were actually recovered. I'm gonna see if I can find anything at the Font of All
Oh,
Knowledge.
this is so fucking funny. Oh my gosh, I'm reading about the re-entry and crashing into Australia. And they have this thing, the Shire of Esperance lightheartedly fined NASA $400 for littering. Oh
Yes,
my gosh,
yes.
I love it. I love it. Wow. Oh, yeah, here we go. Stan Thornton found 24 pieces of Skylab at his home in Esperance, and a Philadelphia businessman flew him, his parents, and his girlfriend to San Francisco, where he collected the Examiner Prize and another US $1,000 from the businessman. So interesting. The Miss Universe 1979 pageant was scheduled for July 20th, 1979 in Perth, and a large piece of Skylab debris was displayed on the stage. Analysis of the debris showed that the station had disintegrated 10 miles above the Earth, much lower than expected. Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm very amused by that. The guy finding those pieces like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm far more amused by the fine for littering. That is so awesome. I forget what it was. There was a recent court case where someone was proved guilty, but the plaintiff was a real dick, and so they said, "Okay, you're found guilty. You must pay a fine of $1."
Oh yeah, there have been a few of those.
But I mean, there was one really recently, and it seemed like such a fuck you to the fuck wit who brought the case because it was that stupid. I forget what it was though.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was either. Oh, look at this! I learned something new today. Um,
Oh, that's what it was. That's right. Dude punched a Charlottesville rally organizer.
okay, okay.
And yeah, like it was $1 or something.
But I was at the Font of All Knowledge here, and we have the Skylab missions. Skylab 1, of course, was the Saturn V mission that put the workshop into orbit. Skylab 2, Skylab 3, Skylab 4. I didn't realize there was a canceled Skylab 5, but I guess so.
Was there, like you said, Saturn V, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like, so I'm assuming there were Saturns 1 through 4 as well.
Yes, there were.
Well, I know I've seen Saturn 3 before. That's my point.
All right, let's see.
Yep,
Okay, then. Moof beef.
definitely seen Saturn 3. I remember it being terrible, but I also remember being way the hell too young to appreciate it when I watched it. So, I do think it's funny, like Kirk Douglas, Farrah Fawcett, and Harvey Keitel. That's an odd cast for a sci-fi flick, you know?
Okay,
Wow.
I will take your word for it.
Oh, for crying out loud. All right. You surely know who Kirk Douglas is.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And you know Farrah Fawcett.
Yes,
And what about Harvey Keitel?
I've heard the name, but I don't remember anything about this person.
Ah, you've seen him before. You'd recognize him. But these are not usually people you associate with sci-fi, are they?
No, well, let's
Oh,
see. I had seen Farrah Fawcett in Logan's Run, which may or may not be considered sci-fi.
of course it is. So here's a question then. Have you seen Reservoir Dogs?
No,
Pulp Fiction?
no.
For crying out loud. I don't know how to like give you reference to know who Harvey Keitel is, but you've probably seen him
I've
anyway.
heard the name. I know I have.
But that doesn't mean you know who he is. Um, there he is. Recognize him?
No, no,
No.
no.
Ah,
Because I do not to know
uncultured.
these things. I am dumb when it comes to that.
Uncultured swine. That's what you're, Philistine. Yeah.
Yes,
Anyway.
yes.
Uh, well, fine, but Harvey Keitel, prominent actor. Hard to believe you don't know who he is.
As I say, I know I've heard the name.
Yeah, but still, one of these days I'll have to educate you on Hollywood stuff.
Okay, moo. Definite moo.
You'd be surprised how often it comes in handy.
Gee, this is horrible.
Well,
I'm looking for the C1 through C5 Saturns, and I'm not finding any pictures. Darn it.
I know that C4 blew up.
Oh,
C4 blew up. C4.
C4. Wait a minute. What am I missing?
C4 is a kind of explosive.
Oh, okay, that one. Moof beef. Okay.
Wow, I knew something you didn't when it came to stuff that can blow up.
No, I know about the C4, but what I was thinking was you were saying it, and I was thinking, okay, she's talking about some sort of vehicle, and I couldn't get my head off of the vehicle onto the RDX explosives. So yeah, that wasn't working.
Yeah, well. Oh,
Oh man.
that's so silly. All right. Well, sorry. Is that we were talking before about the Ellen Page thing. People are making Star Trek memes with Jadzia Dax now.
Okay.
Okay, Jadzia Dax is, I believe her species is called the Trill. I'm not sure. I'd have to look that up. But basically, they are actually symbiotes. There's like a humanoid body that has spots on the side of its neck, and then there's this like symbiote organism thing that goes into the body, and they sort of have this, like I say, symbiotic relationship. They are one and both at the same time. It's hard to explain, but um, in the what you call it? Why am I breaking my brain all of a sudden? Oh yeah. At the beginning of Deep Space Nine, Jadzia Dax shows up and says hi to what the hell's his name now? Commander Cisco. That's it. Says hi to Commander Cisco, and he's like, "Do I know you?" And she's like, "Yeah, it's Dax." And he goes, "But I knew you as Curzon." And Curzon was like this old dude, you know. And so, like for the rest of the series, he calls Jadzia Dax, the girl Dax, old man through the whole thing because it's like his old buddy. He always called him old man, and now it's different. And so people are making Star Trek memes about Dax,
Okay
but with
then.
regard to Ellen Page or now Elliot Page.
Okay then.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually can't tell whether they're supposed to be respectful.
Hmm.
Well, it could go either way. I mean,
Yeah, it could.
it seemed mildly supportive, but on the other hand, it seemed kind of dickish. I don't know. I couldn't tell which. It could have been either. I'm just saying.
Oh well.
And you're going to hate me for this one. I'm just saying.
Yay!
I don't know.
Love,
Like,
love the bok
I'm
choy.
trying to hold myself back from saying something terrible.
Oh, okay.
And actually, I'm not even sure if it is terrible. But, well, let's put it this way. I was kind of attracted to Ellen Page
Okay.
when I thought she was a chick, mistakenly so. And I'm not sure how I feel about Elliot Page now.
Okay.
Because, like, okay, let's put it this way. I know nothing about Elliot Page as a person aside from the fact that he's transgender. I know nothing like personally anything. I've only seen him in movies, right? So
Mm-hmm.
basically, I know nothing about his personality. However, I know plenty about how Ellen Page looked. I don't know how much that will change later, if at all. It's just that I don't know. It's something weird. It's like I was attracted physically, knew nothing about the person. So if the looks change, I don't know how I feel because none of my attraction was based on who Elliot Page was
Okay
because I didn't
then.
know. The
Mm-hmm.
first personal thing I've ever heard about this particular actor. So maybe I can be forgiven a little bit for focusing on the physical, just a smidge.
Maybe. Little
I don't
bit,
know.
little bit.
I mean, hell, for all I know, we'd hate each other in person. Yeah. Well, anyway.
Moo.
Yeah. I don't know. It's weird. Like, that joke you're always making about, I went to the store, bought a bunch of food, and then when I came home, all I had was ingredients.
Yeah.
Well, I've been having a hard time with something else because it's like I go out and I buy a bunch of food, and then I get like I get hungry. I go into the kitchen, I look, and I'm like, where is it all? Where's all the stuff I bought? Like I'm sure I'm just forgetting some of what I bought, but then wouldn't that mean there's more here than I remember? Did I go on an eating binge and don't recall? It's just weird. It's like maybe I have like cupboard gnomes or something. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you have to check for little mouse holes in the back of the cupboards, and see if the gnomes are coming in and out through those little mouse holes. No?
No.
Oh. And those mouse holes, by the way, they are really a thing. Um, it was funny when I was in the apartment in Homestead, um, and we had a mouse infestation. Um, there were in the baseboard those semicircular holes chewed into the baseboard so the mouses could get in and out.
Hmm. I've often wondered actually whether mice actually do make those little holes like you see Jerry coming out of.
That I've seen them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Well, yeah, and I often wondered about it until now.
Yeah. Um, yeah, because when we first got Miranda and Ariel, found them. Well, Miranda anyway was, torturing one of the mouses So I'm going all around the apartment and everything, looking for entries and everything. And then, yeah, hidden away in various out of the way areas, you would have. They weren't the perfectly shaped things that you see Jerry come out of, but they were lower and broader than those Jerry holes. But they were there, definitely.
You know, for a while I had a pet mouse named Frankie, and I forget why I named him that. But there was this like long multi-step progression for how I got to his name. I can't remember how I got him. I kept him in a little aquarium looking thing,
Mm.
and like he had a hamster wheel, which he did. Like I don't know how he managed this. He would run up the outside of it and then sit on top of it.
All right.
Weirdo, but he was entertaining. He didn't last very long. I think I had him less than a year and then he died. But, for a while, he was a pet and a companion. He tried to bite me if I ever tried to pet him, but
Yeah, my ex wanted a mouse, so we got a mouse at one point. Moishe, she named him. So we had Moishe Mouse.
is that supposed to be a joke?
No, it was just, I remember her wanting to name the mouse Moishe, and that was kind of a cute thing, I thought.
Oh, because when you said Moisha Mouse, some part of me went, that's gotta be like a reference I'm missing.
Yeah, I don't know where she got the idea to name the mouse Moishe, but that's what she wanted. So okay.
Did you ever see it spelled?
Who?
The name Moisha, did you ever see it spelled?
Um, I believe it's Moische. I'm gonna look.
Oh,
Um,
no.
oh no, here we are. Moishe. There we go. Um,
Sounds Jewish.
yes, it is.
Or Russian, like Russian Jew-ish.
I remember Moshe Dayan, who was
Oh,
Moshe Dayan was Israeli defense minister years ago.
um,
He was also
uh,
a war hero.
I don't know. It's weird. Like most of the Jewish folks I know are like the sort of upstate New York types. So when I say folks from Israel, I'm like kind of going, it's different, you know?
Mm.
Like it's my default. Like there's nothing wrong with the difference. It's just that my default when someone says Jewish people is to think about those upstate New York types.
Oh, I'm sorry, he was not Moshe. He was Moshe. Okay,
Okay.
close enough though. We got that thing for to you on the thing. You know what the thing is, and the thing is with the thing, and I have no
Um,
freaking idea what I'm talking about, but that's beside the point. And there, he, yeah, iconic photo.
hmm. I don't know. It's always weird to like, when there's words where you're familiar with one usage of them, and when you encounter the other one, it's kind of, I don't know, a little brain breaking at times. Because for a good long time, as far as I knew, a minister was like a priest. So when I
Yeah.
started hearing about like the British have the minister of this and the minister of that, I was like really confused. You know,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, it just I don't know. Like I remember there was a British show, maybe it's still going for all I know, called Yes Minister, and I thought it was about church.
Oh, I've heard of this show. Yeah, I've never seen it, but I've heard of it. Why don't I get that stupid thing out of the area?
Hmm. Oh, don't torture me, you bastards. Sorry, someone posted on the Steam forums about Cyberpunk like an hour ago, literally a week away. Jesus, Harold Christ, I'm not sure I'll survive.
Yeah, Colleen, I know that feeling. Yeah, you spend all kinds of money on food, but it's all for the recipes, and then you still have to make the
Hmm.
you have to make the
That was
recipes. And,
that was a problem I was having recently. Is like especially this morning, I hadn't bought cereal in quite some time,
okay.
so I really had nothing that didn't have to be prepared.
Ah ha ha.
You know,
Yeah.
and I was like, oh, this is going to be such a pain in the ass, and I'm hungry now.
Yeah, that's why I try to keep some stuff around. I'll buy 2 pound blocks of cheese. Keep those around for times like that. Cut slices off and just sit there and chew on slices of cheese. Yeah, and then there's I've said it before, and it's going to take some getting accustomed to, or whatever you want to call it. But um, for most of this year, I have been getting extra food stamps to the tune of, like $180 or $190 extra per month, instead of the 16 that's $16 per month that they normally allow me. I'd get $190 or whatever it is, and eventually that's going to end, and I'm going to have to get used to it, because I'll tell you, it's kind of nice to be able to eat well, and that's one of the nice things, if you want to call it that, that has come of the plague. Where I've been eating better than I have in years.
Well, I've probably been eating crappier than I have in years, but it's not for lack of funds.
Moo. I don't know. I suppose that what I might have to do is plant a cat and grow some cats and no, huh? No cats.
No,
No cats for lunch.
no. Hmm. Besides, I can't be too far. I am far.
There you are. Yep. There you are. You're very far. No, huh?
No.
Krakers Schnecken. That is something I have not had in a very, very long time. Um, there's, what do they call it? Triscuit? A snack cracker type thing, which I could eat by the box if you'll let me, but I haven't had in ages. Maybe I'll have to get a box of those. Moo.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Very, 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 very moo.
Sure. I don't know. I'm so distracted right now.
Uh-oh, is somebody wrong on the internet again?
Everyone's wrong on the internet right now, except for one or two people who are actually able to understand what I'm getting at. Like, see, that's the problem. Like, Twitter decided to land on me like a fucking anvil over this whole no permanent masks thing. The bounds of reason when the pandemic is over, we should be able to take the fucking masks off for a while. And now it's gotten to the point where some idiots who aren't even people I know are coming in acting like I don't want to wear a mask during the pandemic, which I've been not saying even slightly and been very, very, very explicitly saying that I think we have to wear the mask during the fucking pandemic. But of course, they're assuming I'm an anti-masker, which I'm not. And it's just
I,
starting to piss me right the fuck off. You
I,
know?
I don't know where people get off that way. I don't know how that happens. Um,
Well, they've scented blood in the water, is what it is, and they want to be part of the kill.
I don't know. It's just unfortunate the way that just jump on that to have you saying something you never said.
Yeah, well, that's the internet for you. Hmm. Oh, geez. Sorry, I'm looking at the Cyberpunk 2077 forums, and seriously, like every fucking third thread is about the same exact thing. You know, it's like, when do we get to preload? Is the release date December 9th or 10th? Why does it say that? Release date change from 9th to 10th? And I'm like, dude, there's 1,000 threads. Did you not look first before you posted?
No.
Ugh, assholes. Like seriously, there's let's see. Who is hyped for December 10th? When will the preloads start? I'm waiting for this game. Let's see. Where's the other ones? Oh yeah, release date change from 9th to 10th. Is it even worth getting on day one? At least the can my computer run this threads are starting to die down a bit. But now that I've said that, I've jinxed it.
Oh yeah. Oh yoy.
Hmm.
Well, Mage says here in Florida, I'm seeing more and more people going around without masks. Anymore, I'm thinking it's unusual to see somebody in Florida going around with a mask, isn't it?
Well, Florida should not be our metric, for at least for sanity.
Florida's weird. Oh. Take that off because it's. Excuse me, please. Oh, digging into the insides of my ears.
So, do you know the game Among Us?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, there are different outfits you can put on your character, and I usually use the lab coat, right? Now, the weird thing is, the lab coat has pockets, doesn't have sleeves. No one can explain that.
No sleeves?
There's no sleeves on any of the outfits. And if you take the outfits off, you don't have any arms. You're like this weird little blobby thing.
Jesus.
Yeah, except the thing is, when the imposter kills a crew member, often they'll do it with their hands. Either they'll twist the neck off, or they'll like break your neck, or they'll shoot you with something or whatever. But it doesn't even look like they have arms. It looks like it's a disembodied hand. It's just weird.
All right then.
So I don't know. There's also an astronaut outfit. The thing is, it looks like it has some sort of weird cod piece or something going on. And yeah, I decided to not, use it.
Oh.
But yeah, here, look at this. What are those pockets for if there's no sleeves?
Yeah, okay then. Moo.
don't understand. It's creepy. But that one's the astronaut outfit. And I'm sure that's not supposed to be a cod piece, but goddamn, when you're walking around, it sure looks like one. Or like, you know those sailor uniforms where they have the sort of flap in the front so they don't have to actually drop trow to pee or whatever that's for?
Okay.
It I don't know, there's something about those that have always struck me as being weirdly, I suppose the word I want to use is prurient. There's something weirdly gross about them. I don't know how to like articulate it.
Mm. Yeah, well, they're you definitely know that they're there.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the butt door on child pajamas. You know, the classic like one button undone so you can see half the cheek thing with
Yes.
the little kid in the PJs. Yeah,
Yeah.
like that, except in the front.
And it's survived all these years as part of the suit.
Has it? I mean, because when my friend was promoted to, oh, what the hell was he promoted to? Lieutenant? I don't remember. He was promoted, and oh no, that's right. It wasn't a promotion. He was re-enlisting in the Navy, and at least his I'm assuming it was a dress uniform. I'm not sure. It didn't have one. Actually, no, it couldn't have been a dress uniform. I don't know what the fuck uniform it was, but it didn't have it. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Now people are talking like just thinking about how much of us will still be here in 2077 to see if the cyberpunk universe actually comes to pass. And I'm like, yeah, I'll only be 102 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So,
It's just totally amazing. I've spoken of it before, but it never ceases to amaze me. Um, 50 years ago, to me, 100 years ago was a long time ago, and
mm,
today, 100 years ago is basically yesterday.
well,
Uh,
really? I mean, it's 2020. 1920 still seems like a long ass time ago.
well, for example, some of my some of my aunts and uncles were alive in 1920.
Well, some of mine were, well, not aunts and uncles, grandparents, but still.
The male slimy bastard was born in 1925, for example. Uh,
Hmm.
his sister Eleanor
Well,
was born in 21.
when were you born?
I was born in
What year?
1957.
Hmm. Okay. Well, I I can't see how 100 years ago now could not possibly be a long fucking time ago. I mean, it's like it'll never not be a long time ago.
Yeah, it's exactly the same span. 100 years is 100 years, no matter what. But I guess it's just the way I view it. When I was a child, 100 years ago was a hell of a long time ago. Um,
Well, hell, when I was a child, 10 minutes is a long time from now.
mm, it's I can remember thinking, the Civil War ended 100 years ago. Boy, that was a long, long time ago. Um, I'm 7 years old when I'm thinking this, um, and then as I say now, it's almost within memory. It's weird.
100 years ago is almost within memory?
Well, remember, I'm 63 years old,
So you weren't there to see anything to remember.
but it's not that long before I was born.
Really? Multiple decades sounds to me like a long time before you were born.
Okay, and here's the thing: as I'm looking at it, a long time before I was born, Caesar was emperor of Rome.
That was a long, 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 longity, longity, long, 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 long ass time ago. Okay. We're talking like millennia here.
There you go. There you go.
Well, and apparently, what is it, January 20th of 1920, DeForest Kelley was born.
Okay, okay.
I'm really hoping you know who that is.
Oh, I of course know who that is. Yes, that's
Okay, just making sure.
yeah. He was the oldest member of the cast, if I remember correctly.
And you know what happened on January 2nd,
January 2nd of
20 or 1920?
nothing is coming. Nothing's coming to my mind.
Isaac Asimov was born.
Oh, okay, okay. I had not remembered his birthday at all. Da Porozhnia.
Well, I never knew it until now. But apparently, a lot of famous people were born in the 1920s here, or just in 1920 itself. Mind you, a lot of these are people I've never heard of, but still. Like, okay, I don't even know how to pronounce this. Bengt Ekerot? I don't know, a Swedish actor and director.
Okay.
You know, vast majority of these people are already dead, but some aren't. Like, I don't know Albert J. McNeil, but apparently he was or still is actually, a choral conductor, an ethnomusicologist, and an author. And he's still around.
Alrighty then.
Uh, I suppose I should be looking on the other side of the screen. Wow, okay. Pope John Paul II, of all people. I don't know. What? Oh, no, that's not James Earl Jones. It just looks remarkably like him in the thumbnail. Some guy named William Thaddeus Coleman Jr.? I mean, he really does look kind of like James Earl Jones in this picture. It's kind of weird. I mean, not a lot. He looks like James Earl Jones' squashy little brother.
Okay.
Well, you'll see the resemblance in a sec, I'm sure.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Yep.
Like, yeah, that's the younger brother that James Earl Jones used to beat up and pants in the school cafeteria. I mean, okay, I don't know if that's true or not, but it sure looks like, oh, hey, Yul Brynner, apparently also in 1920.
Okay.
You know, the bald actor dude.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, and Ray
Etcetera,
Bradbury.
etcetera, etcetera.
And Mickey Rooney, wow.
And then there's
Wonder,
this.
is he still around or is he
I
dead?
don't think so, but it could be full
Yeah,
of shit.
here we go. 2014, he cacked it.
Move beef.
2013.
And then we have to wait until the coming year for John Glenn. John Glenn was born in 1921.
Oh, hey, Frank Herbert was also born in 1920.
Okay. Okay. And then we have. What is this? What is this kiddiness? What are you doing? And why are you doing it? Oh, Mao. What?
All these famous ass people, many of whom, oh, hey, Ricardo Montalban. A lot of famous ass people born in the Twin Towers. Max Weber. Why does that name sound familiar? Wait. Oh no, never mind. It only kind of looked like I was seeing something. Oh no, wait. I did see it. Okay. Peter Carl Fabergé,
Okay.
as in Fabergé eggs.
Yes. Yes.
I honestly didn't know that was named after a dude. I thought it was like the store where they sold them or some area in like fucking France or something. I never thought it was a person's name.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's not like I did any research into it.
And then we have a kitty over here. Yes.
And I never would have thought it was Russian.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Fab-
you would think it would be French.
like,
Yeah.
yeah. Like seriously, I would never if someone had said, "Okay, what language is this? It's not French, go." I would have spent a very long time not guessing Russian.
Why are you doing this with the claws, kittiness? Why? Why are you doing that?
Hmm.
What?
You know, okay, I'm never sure because I've been reading these books that say, like, okay, a cat may roll over onto their back, but don't pet their stomach because that makes them feel super vulnerable. But Xander seems to love it.
Well, have you not said that Xander is weird?
Well, he is weird. He even let me Zerbert him once.
Zerbert. Wait a minute. What?
Sometimes people call it motorboating.
Oh, taproshnie. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I got in the habit of calling it Zerberting because of Kylie. Actually, she said it, and it just sort of caught on in my head.
I don't know. Is am I not annoying?
Ah, whatever. It's not important. It's just a thing I sometimes say. Okay, what movie do I rip next? I just did Wally.
That was a fun film.
Yeah. Wait a minute. That goes here. Right. I really wanted to like Wreck-It Ralph more than I did.
There's a kitty over here. Yes,
Let's see.
there's a kitty.
Ooh, Akira. Let's do Akira next. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know how to tell it rip with this audio. I don't, or with subtitles. I'm gonna wait on Akira. Uh, what the hell? Let's start in on the Brat Pack movies. Pretty in Pink. Ah. Okay, am I completely spaced? Because I could have
Yes.
sworn she was darker than that. I could have sworn there wasn't so much white on that kitty.
She looks
Maybe,
the same as she has throughout her life,
maybe it's
really.
lighting, or she's never been that prominent on the camera. No, she's been very prominent at times. That's just weird. My memory's playing tricks. Could have sworn she was not quite so. Unless your lighting was bad and I didn't realize. I don't know.
That could be. Yeah, she's always
It,
had the front legs and the what they call the bib, I guess they call it.
I
Um,
would just say chest.
moo, and it's where most of the white is. I mean, there's whiteness elsewhere too, but not to the extent that.
Mostly in the South.
Yeah.
Sorry. That was bad. That was horrible. That was terrible.
Oh my, oh my. Okay, you got that over there, and you got this over here. Well, Colleen, Sylvia is touch and go. Sometimes, sometimes she's up for it, and other times she's not up for it. And
Hmm.
there are times that she'll let me hold her for a good long time. And then other times, like now, a little while, and then she gets enough, and that's it. Um, she'll curl up with me in the bed. Strangely enough, though, She'll get atop the blanket while I'm under the blanket. And she just curl up and then press into my back. And yeah, she could be that way for quite a long time. Yeah, you. Yeah.
Oh, I'm seeing this extraordinarily adorable picture of a little kitten like lying on top of a potato.
Oh no.
Oh, it's absolutely well. Actually, the kitten looks mildly ill now that I see it in a larger size, but it's still adorable.
Alrighty then.
Well, there was this thing I was trying to find. It was like a comic or something where it's someone hugging a cat, and the cat oh, I think I found it. No, I didn't. Like the what I did find. I'll show you what I did find. It was like they're trying to hug the cat. The cat's trying to get away, and it's like I'm sitting here loving you and hugging you and showing me my love while you try to escape as hard as you can or
Uh
something. I
huh.
forget where it is. I want to find it again, and I don't see it.
Jeez.
Yeah, but Columbia definitely does not like having her tummy rubbed.
Oh.
It's fine. I mean, most cats don't apparently, but uh, I try to respect. One thing I was reading though is like about how much you can tell from where a cat's tail is, right? The problem is that Xander's tail does not conform in any fashion. Like his tail is never not moving, it seems like. So
Okay.
you can't tell whether he's overstimulated by how his tail's like doing anything. I mean, sometimes it's just the tip of the tail, but it's always back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's weird.
Some people's kittens. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, did you ever, when you were younger, drink bug juice?
I don't know of anything that's called that. No.
Well, it seemed to be some sort of like generic ass punch or like tang or something like that, but they called it bug juice and I never understood why. I think because you serve it in the summer when the bugs are out, but I don't know. Like don't quote me on
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Well, let me see, maybe Wikipedia has something about it. So I was looking at a cat meme that said something about hug juice, and I was like, "What you mean, like the bug juice?" Oh yeah, here we go. The slang term for super sweet juice drinks made with artificially flavored powders such as Kool-Aid that are often served at summer camps. Bug juice.
Okay then. I mean, I've had the drinks, but I've never heard them called bug juice.
Hmm.
Yeah, Colleen, I do have two screens. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Colleen, to what you said there, I mean, I wanted to like Wreck It Ralph so much more. I think what kind of killed it for me was the sort of like Candyland race part of the movie. I just thought that was douchey.
Okay then.
But I mean, other than that, I liked it. I really liked what's her face, the badass space mercenary chick. She was cool. Although it was a little weird because I totally recognized the voice, and so I'm picturing the actress in that role, and I'm like, ooh. I mean, I guess she could maybe pull it off, but I don't know. They're not the same. This is one of the reasons why I, as an animator, don't want to see the people who are doing voices for my characters until after everything's recorded. Certainly not until after the audition is done. I want to make sure that I'm casting the right voice for the character rather than, oh, you look kind of like the character and who gives a damn what your voice is like. And while I freely understand, like, I understand that intellectually I can say that to myself, doesn't mean my lizard brain won't try to get a word in edgewise. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Well, I've read that of Walt Disney,
mm,
where when casting for the voice roles, he did not want to see the voice actors. He only wanted, and then once he made a decision, then he felt all right looking at the voice actor.
yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't hear that about Disney until you've said it, and yet it's still something I do
Yeah, because
because it
I
makes sense. I mean, part of it is just that, like, like, I get it. I get why people shouldn't play outside their race when they're acting. But, this whole notion of, well, you have to cast LGBT people in LGBT roles. I'm like, well, then they're not acting, are they?
yeah, there you
I mean,
go.
they're supposed to be portraying different people, not themselves. But the way some people are going, it's going to get to a point where, well, oh, you're only allowed to cast artificial intelligence characters as or artificial intelligence actors as artificial intelligence characters, and blah blah blah. I mean, there's got to be some bounds of reason where it's like, okay, I'm going to act like completely off brand for me, and that's okay.
Well, I will
You
say,
know?
I will say one thing though is I did see the commercial. This was years ago, where Major League Baseball made a commercial, and it was voiced over. The
Oh,
voice,
we've talked about this before.
yeah, the voice was that of an old black man in St. Louis. So they went looking for the voice to fill the role. Truth Surge.
Mm-hmm.
And Truth Surge got the job over an old black man from St. Louis.
And I mean, like, I can understand why some people might lose their crap over that. But on the other hand, he was apparently the right guy for the role since it was just a
Absolutely.
voiceover.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's like, I'm not even sure what some of my actors look like for Quinn Redshift. Like, we only talked over Skype. Some of them I've never seen.
Okay.
And I would love to suddenly find myself successful at directing and have some, like, equal rights group try to climb up my ass over my casting choices because they weren't, like, PC enough, and tell them I didn't know what these people looked like at all when I cast them.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't care. I wanted the right person for the part. I don't know how they'd react to that. They probably wouldn't be able to process it. Like they'd probably go, "We don't care. We
Yeah.
love our
Yeah.
outrage."
Yeah.
It's just like, uh, there are better things to get outraged at. I mean, like, we're in the middle of how many wars now, and you want to bitch about who plays the voice of an animated character?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Easy am I not to knowing.
Hmm.
I don't
Well,
I don't know nothing for you. So, I can tell you.
a while ago, I don't know if this was in one of your chats or if I was somewhere else, but I was mentioning a while back that I hate giving compliments and saying thank yous, not because I don't want to, not because the people don't deserve it, but because I always feel like I don't sound genuine. Even when I
Yeah.
completely 100% am, I always feel like someone's going to go, "Oh, you are just faking that. You're going through the motions. You don't mean it." And like,
You've spoken of that a couple of times here, and I get it. Yeah.
yeah. And I mean, it comes out in other ways too. That same sort of, I'm afraid people will think I'm not genuine,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just frustrating sometimes that my short-term memory problems kicked in again, and I forget what prompted this particular rabbit hole. What
we,
were we talking about?
we were talking about voice acting. We were talking about outside your race. We were talking
Mm,
about um,
Casting LGBT people and
yeah.
things to get outraged about, different wars. I don't know. Oh, yeah, that was it. I've had people get outraged at me. One guy actually was like, I've noticed you never give compliments," and he said it in a really accusatory way. And I at the time I didn't know how to articulate that I was worried people would think I wasn't sounding genuine, no matter how genuine I was.
Hmm.
It's I run into that problem all the time. It's weird.
Oh yeah. Mage asks, "Why are we having toilet paper shortages again? The grocery store was nearly empty today." Well, don't forget, there's the fear of another lockdown.
Mm-hmm. Thing is, like here in San Diego, no one's doing that.
Yeah, I don't know
Like
if.
I think we've figured out that we can survive a lockdown without having to buy up all of the toiletries.
Yeah, I don't want to look at the paper aisles here at the local Squall Mart. Because I'll tell you, if Pittsburghers are known for anything, they're known for hoarding. Because every storm, by the way, every storm threat there is, they'll buy out all of the bread, milk, and toilet paper.
Ugh. Wait, bread, milk, and toilet paper.
Mm-hmm.
What on earth are these people doing?
I don't want to know. I'll tell you.
Well,
Oh,
it's funny though, like when the pandemic hit, I mean, I know I've mentioned before that I bought a whole bunch of toilet paper because I thought I had to, because I thought everyone else would buy it all up. Where I
mm-hmm.
was like, I was willing to, like go with bounds of reason here. I was willing to not hoard until it got to the point where I was like, well, if I don't buy a shit ton now, I won't be able to get any when I need it.
Yeah.
Um, and I mean, the thing is that I bought like 2 12 packs in January. I'm about midway through the second one,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
you got all these people who went out and bought like 12 gross of toilet paper. I'm sitting there going, really, really. That stuff's probably going to dissolve before you use it all, unless you have like a 13-person household.
Yeah. I want to know if anybody has ever tallied anything, how much toilet paper your average American whatever uses in a given year. Um, can't be 12 gross.
Well, let's see here. The average US household, 2.6 people. Wow, I don't even want to know about that poor deformed fucker who's missing like 40% of himself, uses 409 equivalized regular rolls per year.
Okay, 409.
Well, I can do
So that's about eight. So
ac-
that's about eight rolls.
well, I can
Eight
do
rolls a
better.
week. What?
Oh, that's what it says right here. According to his calculator, a household of 4 people needs 1.1 rolls of toilet paper a day, 8 rolls a week, and 32 rolls a month. If those 4 people are quarantined for 50 days, the household will need 54 rolls.
Okay, now that for some reason that just feels like a lot to me.
Well,
But
I have to wonder what these people are eating.
yeah.
I mean, because with my diet, oh, I don't even want to talk about this anymore. People don't know about my digestive system,
Da porожнije.
but you know, it's why there have been times I thought it'd be nice to be on an all liquid diet, but what I realize now is that those liquids would probably be about as thick as milkshakes, when what I really want is a diet that's more like a Slurpee. Like if I could have an all liquid diet that was thin as Kool Aid or thin as Tang, oh, I'd be a happy camper.
Okay.
What, is that too weird?
No, I'm just thinking because I've got to the point now where a lot of the times I'm shitting water, and you have to clean the toilet bowl every time you use it because of all the splashing.
Ew.
Uh huh.
Well, I told you about that time I threw up water where like my guts were empty. All that came out was water.
Okay.
And that was one of the weirdest sensations I've ever felt. Because, like normal vomit burns on the way out and it's really
Yes, it
gross and
does.
stinky.
Yes, it does.
But when it's just water, it's like, like, well, I can't call it pleasant, but it wasn't as unpleasant as it seems like it should have been.
Yeah, I've had stuff like that happen lately, where you have a sip of ginger ale and you throw it right back up and it's still cold. Um,
Ew. Well, okay, you know what it felt like more than anything? It didn't feel like water because it didn't feel like it was splashing. It felt like a force, actually. Like there was something radiating gravity outward, but very, very lightly.
okay then.
Or like, I don't know, wharfing up packing thing. Like, those they're not bubble wrap, but they look more like small pillows.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it felt like I was barfing up one of them.
Oh my, Mage says pizza's the worst to throw up. I can't say that I've thrown pizza up anytime recently.
Well, I suppose it depends on what was on the pizza too.
Okay then.
You know what I would want to throw up is like weapons grade Indian food or chili.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, that stuff burns on the way out going the other way.
What do we have over here? What do you find? Did you find a little something with wings or something you were jumping up and down to get? Huh? She's been chasing somebody. Yeah. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Let me put these glasses on. It's come to the point where it's a choice. Ow, 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 ow. The glasses on, it hurts the sides of the head, but the glasses off, I can't see. There. Okay, we'll try that for a while.
You know what I like?
What do you like?
LASIK. Not having to wear glasses kicks ass.
Oh, indeed. I mean, well,
So,
the thing that makes me wonder though, I mean, well, number one, it's expensive, but number two, when the prescription changes after LASIK, what do you do?
well, if it's anything like my LASIK people, they said, yeah, we can totally redo that if we have to.
Because honey, what are you doing? What is she's? Oh,
Oh,
she found a plastic bag. Okay, from Squalmart. Yeah, it's my prescription has been changing continuously. Um, I mean, I can tell the difference. It's worse off now than it was, 6 months ago, and it wasn't right then either. So I can tell the difference, and yeah, one of the weird things with mine though, I was going more and more nearsighted until I reached mid 40s. Then I started going back the other way. Um,
well, I'm sure that's unusual.
Well, my understanding is that that's normal for those of us old geezers.
Mm.
I mean, my
So,
vision was improving for a good long time, but it
okay.
was
S-
improving because it was deteriorating.
Hmm. So, I just found this article that's kind of fucked up and also kind of neat.
Alrighty.
Well, Tennessee baby breaks record after being born from embryo frozen more than 27 years. And apparently, she just broke her own sister's record because she was frozen for 24 years.
Holy fucking shit, man.
I know. Isn't that fucked up? I didn't actually read the whole story yet, but uh, I mean, it says here that the parents are Tina and Ben Gibson, but I don't see anything that says like, I mean, how old are they now? These parents? Because if what I'm seeing here is any indication, they're like pretty young.
Hmm. Um. So, okay, here we go from CNN 5 hours ago. Baby born from 27-year-old embryo believed to have broken record set by, and then it falls off. But yeah, um, let's see what we can find and see if CNN. Who are you looking at? I'm looking at CNN.
I'm looking at some local station, KHOU 11. I I don't know.
Move beef. Okay. Embryo was frozen in October 1992. Stayed frozen until earlier this year. Um. Oh. Okay. Okay. This helps.
Hmm.
Her embryo was frozen in 1992 and stayed frozen until earlier this year in February, when Tina and Ben Gibson of Tennessee adopted her embryo.
Oh, okay.
So Tina
Does it
gave
say
birth.
anything at all about who the original parental units were?
I am to looking to see if is can to finding to making. Um, I'm not seeing anything identifying the source of the embryo.
Oh, this is interesting. I'm seeing some pictures of the two sisters together.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and there's the whole family. Let me copy image
Shut up,
and then
Auguste.
go here and there and there.
Alrighty then.
Yeah.
S-
So
So I guess they adopted both embryos, and
does
yeah,
look that
it's
way.
it's. I guess the couple adopted both embryos. It's interesting when I read here in the CNN. There's a little picture, and in a related article, the embryo is just a year younger than the mother who birthed her. Holy shit!
That's just crazy pants. Uh, like I'm not really sure. The implication from what I'm reading here is that the embryos were donated, and I can only assume anonymously.
Okay then.
Yeah. Um, this is great. They're like, legally, this is not an adoption like it is a newborn, but there are lots of good reasons to use that terminology.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh, I mean, that's just so weird though. Like this wasn't sperm and eggs. This was an embryo.
Yeah.
I wonder, like, will that fuck up a person to have been? I don't know. I mean, it seems potentially dangerous.
I don't know, because you've got somebody who's been alive 3 years, and I don't see in the article any indication of any problems with her. Um,
Hmm.
but
Well,
who can tell?
I don't know. I mean, well, it doesn't even say like how old the embryo was. Like how long it had been more than just sperm and egg before it was frozen. I guess I should say she was frozen, really, because
Mm,
Emma
still.
Gibson is a happy and healthy.
Yes, yes, yes. Hush you. Trying to read the article now.
I don't know protocol, so I don't know the ages of the embryos at freezing.
Well, I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to find here.
Yeah.
Oh, it turns out that the parents were surprised. Emma's parents, Tina and Benjamin Gibson of Eastern Tennessee, admit feeling surprised when they were told the exact age of the embryo thawed March 13th by Carol Sommerfeld, embryology lab director at the National Embryo Donation Center. And she said, "Do you realize I'm only 25? This embryo and I could have been best friends," Tina Gibson said. Wow. Oh, we live in
Okay.
such an interesting world right now.
From the
Not all of it's pleasant, but some of it's very interesting.
indeed. Now from the CNN article. Before Emma and then Molly set records, little was known about the viability of older embryos. When she found out that Emma's embryo had been frozen for so long, Gibson worried the age would lessen her chances of becoming pregnant. But Dr. Jeffrey Keenan, the center's president and medical director, assured her that the age likely wouldn't affect the outcome. I guess that's mostly of the pregnancy, though. I don't see anything specifically saying anything about developmental problems.
Well, I mean, they might not even know about them yet.
Yeah, it's the thing. Yeah, because I mean, you've only got one more example to go by.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, maybe it's perfectly fine.
Yeah,
Dunno.
could be, definitely.
Unfortunately, there's no Wikipedia entry for this family. I was hoping to get more.
Moo. I can just imagine now that the Catholics are going crazy.
Wonder if they even heard about it. I mean, it took me a while to find it.
Hmm. Yeah, because they don't. In a rare bit of sense making, they don't like IVF either.
Hmm.
They're outspoken against any form of abortion, even when the woman's life is at risk. But at the same time, they don't like IVF. So I have to give them that much.
Why do you have to give that to them? That sounds bad.
Well, in other words, were they to be what I would expect, that they hate abortion but love IVF, that would be hypocritical to me because both. One of the things that they decry is the interfering in the work of God, where the abortion is interfering in God's plan. Well, so is IVF.
Yeah, but I mean, what they say their motivation might be and what it actually is, not the same thing, and we all know it.
Well, of course, absolutely.
Okay, so Pretty in Pink is done. Let's get another Brat Pack movie. Let's see. Heather's is not exactly Brat Pack, but it's close enough. I don't know if Heather's counts as Brat Pack because it was 89, and I'm not sure if Christian Slater counts as Brat Pack. I think, though, that Winona Ryder might. Not sure about Shannon Doherty, though. I mean, because usually when I think of the Brat Pack, I think of, like Andrew McCarthy and Leah Thompson and Jennifer Grey and all of those folks. You know, the ones who are in the John Hughes movies, like Ferris Bueller and Weird Science and all of those. The
Mm.
Breakfast Club. That's Brat Pack, but you know, those were mostly like early to mid 80s, and Heather's was 89. So,
Moo.
eh, it's close enough though. Like, let's put it this way: if someone said put both of those on the same shelf, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. Because you know, high school movies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those wonderful high school movies played by 30-year-olds. Yeah.
I mean, most people say younger than they really are when it comes down to it.
Uh-huh.
You know, and if you troll through the trivia sections of movies and TV shows on IMDb, you'll find example after example after example of times where it's like, oh yeah, like the guy who played my little brother was actually older than me, or the woman playing my mother, she was like 5 years older than me, kind of thing. Where it's like the ages of the actors don't seem to matter that much, as long as they look the part.
My oh heck, I played characters in their 50s when I was 16 and pulled it off.
Hmm. Oh no. Okay, you know who Dave Barry is, right? The
I
author,
Yeah.
columnist. Yeah, okay, a humor columnist. Well, I was going through one of his books a bunch of years ago, and he was talking about a political campaign that was being run by a dude, a doctor, Stanley Bieber, I want to say, maybe Bieber, I'm not sure, but he's known for doing like transgender surgery stuff,
Yeah,
sex
I thought
reassignment
I
surgery.
thought that's who you were talking about.
And the thing is, when he won the race, when he won his political seat, the quote they got from him was, "We pulled it off." Oh, and that was in Dave Barry's book, and I was like, "Oh no, that's awful."
And a beautiful.
Oh,
Oh yeah, absolutely, Mage. Absolutely. Sometimes cast older to get around issues of having a kid in the role.
mhm. Well,
And
wait a
that's
minute. Wait a minute. I like having kids in roles, especially if it's nicely baked and, you know.
there you go. And that's the reason that so many kids are played by twins.
Well, babies anyway.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to think of even one baby role that was not played by twins. The really funny part to me, though, is when you have like these two kids, they're, you know, twin babies, played a baby in some movie. One of them goes on and keeps acting and becomes uber famous, and the other one's like, you know, a sales rep at some, I don't know, insurance firm or some shit. And it's like, I
Well,
wonder what motivated one of you to act and the other one not to.
there you go. Weren't Mary Kate and Allie Olson that way?
Actually,
Say again?
no, 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 no,
Ashley.
no, no. They're still. I mean, okay, I don't know where they are now,
Oh, okay.
but
I
when
thought that one went on to act and the other one didn't. No.
Full House ended, they kept on acting. There's a whole bunch of like movies that exploited the fact that they're twins all over the place. I know that one of them ended up having all kinds of like substance abuse problems and eating disorders and shit, and the other didn't.
Okay.
But like neither of them stopped acting until at least then. I don't know where they are now, like I said, but until at least then.
Da Pražnje. Okay. Adelinda. Hi. Yay.
All right. Let's see. So, because I'm looking at the right now Willow, the movie Willow, and I'm trying to find the girls who played Alora Dan. There they are, Ruth Greenfield and Kate Greenfield. Now I swear one of these this is one of the ones where they kept acting and one of them didn't,
Da Pražnje.
or maybe not. I don't know. I'm trying to remember what it was, but Oh, so that's what they're doing. All right. But yeah, Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen, man. I have to wonder what that's like being in show business from like infancy or toddlerhood. I have to wonder.
Yeah, I don't know. From what little I know here and there, I guess it could go either way. It could be okay, or it could be a major pain in the arse.
Well, I mean, given what I've heard from some child stars about how much it sucks, I mean, I don't know. It's like as much as it's fun sometimes to make fun of Macaulay Culkin, he probably is not responsible for all the shit that happened to him. I mean, you hear about what happened with Corey Feldman, and all of the horrible things people tried to make him do as a kid, so he would like get acting roles and shit. It wouldn't shock me to discover that, say, like Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen, like I mean, I hate to say this, it's horrible, but they probably had to like blow a guy to get a role sometimes.
Mm.
And I mean, that's horrible. That's also what Hollywood's like, apparently. It's part of why I kind of hope I don't end up successful through my animations. I'd rather be indie than deal with that shit, you know?
Yeah, well, I guess you've got a little bit of control over that as far as that goes. Um, I mean,
What do you mean?
it sounds cliche, but you can always say no thanks.
Yeah, and then they say, okay, fine, you'll never work in this town again.
That's the chance you take.
Well, that's why I say I almost hope that I don't get anywhere by making Quinn Red shift, or if I do, it'll be somewhere where I can be independent of that system.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because I don't want to play those games. I really don't. Wait a minute, there's a list of favorite left handed actors? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm left handed. I find it interesting how many Hollywood actors are. Because I notice, I watch when I'm looking at a movie or a TV show, and a very huge proportion of actors are left handed. And wow, look at all the Keanu's left handed. Woohoo!
Bye, caray.
Uh, man, I mean, seriously, this is a who's who of Hollywood right now. Like, okay, Scarlett Johansson, Tom Cruise, Bruce Willis, Mia Jovovich, Nicole Kidman, Keanu Reeves, Sarah Jessica Parker, Goldie Hawn, Anna Kendrick, whoever the fuck that is, Mark Wahlberg, Jason Bateman, Angelina Jolie, Hugh Jackman, Julia Roberts, Cary Grant, Will Ferrell, Hilary Swank, Demi Moore, Ben Stiller, Matthew Broderick, Seth Rogen, Morgan Freeman, Ron Perlman, Mickey Rourke, Emma Thompson, Julianne Moore, Zachary Quinto, Owen Wilson, Kate Hudson, and I cannot pronounce that shit. Amitabh Bachman? Bach. I don't know I not a clue. Tim Allen, Whoopi Goldberg, Matt Dillon, Val Kilmer, and it says here Mary Kate Olsen. Well, I'm gonna have to vote for Keanu. There you are, voting for Keanu. Wow.
Okay
Tom
then.
Cruise is Keanu right now by one vote. Yeah, granted, I might not have voted Keanu if it wasn't right before Cyberpunk 2077 is being released, but bug it. Seriously, who is this Ahmed Babakh? Seriously, okay, how would you pronounce something Bachchan?
Bachchan.
Yes, Bakchan?
That's the closest I could come.
And the first name, I mean, I can probably get closer. Amitabh? Amitabh. I don't know. Amitabh.
Okay.
Well, it looks like he mostly only makes movies in his home country, British India, apparently, which is now Uttar Pradesh, India, I guess. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right. So, and a lot of his movies, they look like the kind of stuff you don't see in Hollywood. So, and a lot of them have titles I'll never in a million years pronounce. Although ganja is easy enough to pronounce, it probably means something else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, apparently it's a girl's name in this context, but yeah, I think this is why I've never heard of the guys because he doesn't act in Hollywood films, or if he does, they're not ones I know.
Moo. A film
Hmm.
you don't know?
A film that's not in English that I don't know.
Okay,
You
yeah.
know, a film that's not in English or Japanese that I don't know. I'm trying to think, what other languages have I watched movies that like the native language of the country, like where the movie was made, blah 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 blah. How many of those do I even have? I think aside from English and Japanese, I'm not sure what other languages I have in my movie collection.
Hmm. I've got a little bit here, a little bit there.
Well, I'm sure at least one of my movies has Klingon in it somewhere.
Okay then.
But I'm not sure most people would say that counts.
Oh, I don't know. Why not? I mean,
But
it has a grammar. It has a semantics, right?
yeah, but I mean, it's okay. Look, I realize that all languages are made up. Of course, they are, but some were deliberately made up from the ground up, and others sort of evolved organically. And so when I say that it's a made up language, I don't need any like quibbling over the meaning because I think the meaning is quite clear.
Oh yeah, like Esperanto. One guy sat down and wrote it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, what the hell movie is this? Oh, it's The Incredibles. Okay. So when I rip this stuff to the drive, it doesn't always give them the right name. Like INCONNW1 underscore title 1 is The Incredibles.
Okay.
So I have to rename it, and I didn't know what I was looking at when I first saw it. So, yeah. It's almost 9. I meant to leave 3 hours ago. Stop being interesting, damn it.
Oh,
I really should eat before I go to bed. That's one of the things I cannot do is go to bed on an empty stomach. It's too distracting. It's all I can think about is how hungry I am.
okay then. Yeah, and you don't want to be lying in bed eating crackers. No.
Okay, that seems oddly specific. Am I missing a reference?
Well, you get the crumbs all over the place.
Oh. Yeah, it still seems weirdly specific.
Well, it's a real phenomenon that gives rise to phrases like, I would not throw her out of bed for eating crackers.
I've never heard that.
You've never heard that?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't know. It must be something maybe more my era or something.
Or it could be geographical. I mean,
Too.
goodness knows there's a lot of expressions that never really crossed the country, apparently. Do we need to get into the soda versus pop argument again?
Oh, the fizzy drinks.
Yeah.
that
Oh, Xander, that's so cute.
that was a daily thing. DX used to love to push that one.
What?
Well, growing up in New Jersey, she called it soda. Aw, kitty.
Yep.
Growing up in Cleveland, I called it pop. Um, so I came to calling it fizzy drinks just to piss her off.
Uh, well, it is soda.
Well, that's the problem. Is it's rather difficult to drink sodium carbonate.
Yeah, but you're not drinking sodium carbonate, you're drinking soda.
That's what I mean. Yeah, when you're drinking
No,
the powdered sodium
it's
carbonate, that's rather
it's
difficult.
it's different. Something else. But I mean, like pop, it's liquid. Show me the popping.
When you take the cap off.
That's fizzing or foaming. There's no
No,
pop.
you've not listened closely, have you? There is
Oh, but
there's a
no, 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 no,
distinct
no,
pop when
no,
you
no,
flip the cap off.
no, 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 no. Then the bottle is pop, not the liquid, not the substance inside, not its contents. Okay, you can pour that in a glass and it's not popping anymore. Plus, some bottles twist off.
Yeah, that's the darn thing is that these companies they screwed everything up where you don't use a church key to open a damn bottle anymore.
Why is that a screw up? That sounds to me like an improvement. And why do they call it a church key anyway?
I don't know. I truly do not
Okay.
know.
Well, it seems an odd thing to call it.
Yes, it does. Um, I'm just gonna see if anybody can tell me over here why
The term in the
is
beverage opening sense is
it.
apparently not an old one. Merriam-Webster finds written attestation only since the 1950s. Several etymological themes exist. The main one is that the ends of some bottle openers resemble the heads of large keys, such as have been traditionally used to lock and unlock church doors.
Okay,
And it makes more sense when I see some of these photos, where some of the other photos, not even slightly. Like, okay, for example, let me do this, and then where the Hades is there's the window, present now, and this. Now, I could see this being called a church key.
Kadisa. Yes.
Okay, but then there's this one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I would have a hard time calling that a church key.
But somehow it bled over. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's one of those like, well, it has a very similar purpose. Therefore,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, it's just strange. Well, I mean, you know how like sometimes terminology doesn't transfer over well? I mean,
Yeah.
to this day, I still twitch a little when someone says engineer and doesn't mean the guy driving the train.
Okay.
I mean, I actually prefer the other kind of engineer, but I spent so many like years and years and years never hearing about the other kind of engineer. It just never came up. And so now it's like the association is so ingrained that it takes me a moment to remember that it means something else in certain contexts. Kind of like doctor as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, most people, they say doctor, they mean medical doctor. They mean the one who gives you that exam that makes you walk funny later, apparently. I don't know. Is that like, I don't know. I didn't, how much, nah, see, the problem is I'm trying to find a way to say this that's not too gross. Um, I've I've consumed a lot of media about things like prostate exams and colonoscopies and all of that stuff. I've never had a colonoscopy or an enema or any of those things. To this day, my ass has been exit only. So
Okay.
I'm wondering how much the humor has overblown the uncomfortable nature of something like a rectal exam. Like, how accurate are they? Is it really as bad as they make it sound?
Well, I can remember a prostate exam that had me nearly pass out.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I got
That
quite
bad?
got quite dizzy.
Dizzy?
Yeah.
What were they doing?
It was just prod, 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 prod. It was more a prostate massage because I had prostatitis at the time, and I guess this was supposed to do something about getting rid of some of the fluid buildup or something. I don't know, but yeah, it
Hmm.
was whoa.
Well, as I understand it, the prostate is basically the G spot on a dude. Am I right?
So they say. I don't know.
Well, it's just if someone passes out like that, maybe they just
It
came
wasn't.
really hard.
It wasn't. It wasn't a nice feeling.
I was kidding.
No, well, I was just being filling in the blanks if there were any blanks. No, it did not feel nice at all. Woohoo! No, 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 no.
Time to rip weird science,
Da prožně.
because Heather's is over. It's funny though. I remember Weird Science being better when I was a kid. It's still good, but I remember it being better.
Yeah, at least I got to escape the colonoscopy. That was a good thing.
Hmm.
Because there was nobody to take me there. There was nobody to sit there. There was nobody to bring me back. And they wouldn't schedule the procedure unless there was somebody to babysit me. So that was a good thing. And I ended up with one of those boxed kits.
What box kits? I don't know what that means.
It's basically a box which has a kit of things, and you shit into a bowl, and you take a sample of it, and you put it into a jar with preservation fluid and all this other shit, and then you send it back to the lab.
Oh. See, the way you said it, I thought it was like some sort of, I don't know, gift bag. And it sounded like we're sorry we had to do this to you. Here's your consolation prize, or possibly we're sorry we had to do this to you. This will make it more comfortable while you recover, or something.
Okay, okay. No, the box contained the testing items, and it was just so nice that I was able to do it that way. So I was not looking forward to getting my arse inflated and all this other happy shit.
Fun. I don't know. How the hell did we go down this rabbit hole?
Yeah, we do have a tendency to go down rabbit holes. Yes, we do. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, 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 yes. That's the thing, though, is how do you put the holes into the rabbits in the first place?
Shotguns.
Ah, okay.
You know, like, although if you find a rabbit warren and you take like boiling water and pour it down the rabbit warren, you know what you get.
Besides soup?
Hot cross bunnies.
Okay, there we go. Tayo
Yeah.
korastu.
That's a terrible joke. I learned it in like I don't know, elementary school or middle school or something, and it's never left my head. It's always there. Seriously, I don't know if anyone else could survive living in my head. It's like it just I don't know how to even describe it because it never shuts up. Like it's 100% involuntary and it never shuts up.
I do not knowing. I can imagine it. You might at one point or another be sitting there with a one of those very large wooden mallets, ready to here. I'll shut it off this way.
Right. Well, I mean, that's why, like, I keep explaining to people this is what ADD is like. It's like having someone constantly tapping you in the forehead until you find some way to move their hand. And for me, that's usually like music, movies, whatever. Occupy more senses, and that will make the brain monkeys shut up.
Moo.
Because I honestly think it's like, oh, you're not hearing enough, therefore your ADD is going to go nuts.
Maybe that's part of it.
I lost way the fuck too many genetic lotteries, didn't I? Ugh.
Lucky you, God.
Well, I mean, the seizures were not so much genetic, though, but still.
Wait, they were not so much.
Genetic.
You whacked your head or something, or
Well, the way the doctors explained it, there was a bleed in my brain at some point, and that's what created the cavernous malformation.
okay.
They don't know what caused it, but it was the seizures were the result of damage, not not like my genetic code or nothing.
Okay. Yeah, where if there was any genetic involvement at all, it might be in whatever made things weak to be damaged in the first place.
Possibly, I suppose. I don't remember suffering any actual trauma.
Okay.
But then again, if I had, I might have passed out. Like when I first started having the seizures, what I remember is waking up without any memory of going to sleep. And
Okay.
I was covered in what I really hope was sweat.
Well, hopefully you didn't piss yourself.
Well, this is what I'm saying. And so, you know, like it just it was something new, and I had to go to my doctor and ask, okay, why is this new thing happening?
Hmm.
Mm.
Now you're yawning now.
Well, that's another part of the problem, actually. Um, you see, like I get super 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 tired before it's time to go to bed, and then when it's time to go to bed, I'm awake again.
Yeah. That sort of thing has happened to me, but not as often as it has to some people. Yeah.
Well, it happens to me all the goddamn time, especially recently, and I don't know why.
I don't know.
Oh, hey there, Xander. How's my little Zandy poo?
Yeah.
There you are. Hi, buddy. He has this tendency to hang out behind my chair, my wheeled gaming chair. I've
Uh-huh.
only run him over once, but I still ran him over once. So,
Yeah, Sylvia has learned that she really doesn't want to set herself behind my chair. She's had a couple scares, and it's to the point now where she just doesn't get close enough to the chair to cause a problem. Um, Sometimes she'll still sit next to the aquarium on the floor, but that's far enough away from the chair. There's no big problem.
ugh,
Yoy.
okay, hunger is becoming acute. I really do think I have to go this time.
Okay, well, have some foods and stuffses and
Well, I'm gonna
things.
try the chili mac. I think. Then
Oh,
again, it's way too heavy, and there's so much in here. I mean, this can is 440 calories.
Okay, then that's yeah, pretty good meal there.
I do find this strange. It says, oh, about 2 servings per container. Because it says calories per serving and serving size is 1 cup, but then, and it says 200, but then per container, 440. And I'm like, where'd that extra 40 come from?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
What I want to know though is how they decide on those numbers. You know, how much
mm,
constitutes a serving. And by what I'm looking at, I sometimes wonder if they don't have a calorie number that they shoot for, and then adjust the serving size to that calorie number. But who knows?
um, I don't know. Probably they do. Anyway, I'll catch you later. Have fun.
Okay, honey, you take care, be good, have fun, and hopefully see you Sunday, if not sooner.
I can do most of those. I can't promise to be good. Later.
Okay, yay! And then there we are, here all by ourselves. Well, there are two of me. We can fix that. There we go. Oh, mine. And I think I'm going to be calling it a day pretty soon here, too, because I've been yawning, if you haven't noticed. And I'll tell you what's really doing it, though. This thing on the head, it really starts to hurt the ears after 4 or 5 hours. Um, I have yet to find a decent headset that's comfortable to wear for extended periods like this. Someday, maybe. We'll see what happens. Oh, okay. So, Purple, you're saying that, yeah, the serving size after they compute all the nutritional info. Okay. Okay, then. So, in that sense, a serving size doesn't necessarily have any. Um, it doesn't bear any relation to how much a person will actually eat. Okay. Yep. Pretty much. Okay. Listen, kids. I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who's not here. You guys are beautiful. You really are. I mean, I hope I sound sincere because I'm really, really being sincere here. Um, you just, it's wonderful to be appreciated. Wonderful to feel appreciated, and you guys do it. Um, so it's a matter of I thank you very very much for that because it's something a lady needs. You know what can I tell you? It's always nice to be wanted, nice to be appreciated, and as long as you guys keep appreciating, I'll keep doing. Sound good to you? I like it. And okay, don't please don't forget that we've got Coffee with Lavender number 100 coming up. That'll be on the 12th of December. See what I can do to make it special. But we'll come up with something good, and then hey, next week is the open chat number 50. It amazes me that I've lasted this long. You know, that this show has lasted this long because this doesn't span my entire career. I've been working a little longer than this show's been running. What can I tell you? So, listen, everybody, you guys be good. And I do love you dearly, every one of you. What can I say? Well, I know what I can say. I can say thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.